Chapter 573, Slaughtering Cities. Chapter 573. Slaughtering Cities. The black-clothed person's expression involuntarily choked up as he said indignantly, "Fine, I see that you're a talent. That's why I'm giving you a piece of advice. Since you're courting death yourself, then I'm not to be blamed for it. Although your talent is decent, your disposition is terrible. Even if you don't die today, you'll die sooner or later in the future due to your wild arrogance." However, Yi Yuan was neither anxious nor worried as he said with a smile, "Many thanks for Senior's concern. But Yi Yuan's matters, I have a score in my heart. True dragon's blood is so powerful. If I can't bring out its full might, wouldn't it be a wanton waste of Ji? Oh, these good gifts. Don't you agree, Senior?" "Humph. All the best to you," said the black-clothed person with a cold snort and vanished with that. Yi Yuan looked at the true dragon's blood in his hand and could not help being out of sorts. He also did not expect that the vast heaven pag. Oh, the trip this time, the gains would actually be so bountiful. Regardless whether was it the nameless essence energy or the vast heaven steel or the 9 characters true word formula, they were all top-notch treasures. Even when placed in the divine realm, it was very hard to come by as well. And the 6th level's perfect completion would actually reward him with a drop of true dragon's blood. This was truly an unexpected surprise. To say such words, it was not exaggerated at all. Martial artists who got their hands on true dragon's blood and used it could be said to cast off their old self and be reborn anew. Even if it were a pig, his cultivation speed would also be swift to the extent where it made ordinary people despair. Cultivating essence energy had always been painstaking work. Even though Yi Yuan could pop pills, along with his boundary getting increasingly higher, the requirements towards medicinal herbs also became progressively greater. He did not have a medicine king hall behind him to support his cultivation now. Even if he could bear the costs of medicinal herbs, he could not find so many high-tier medicinal herbs either. Furthermore, frankly speaking, this body's talent honestly was not much. It had tremendously huge constraints on Yi Yuan's cultivation speed as well. Yi Yuan's boundary rising until now was basically all relying on medicinal pills and lucky encounters. Strictly following the routine cultivation time was really not much. With this true dragon's blood, he would not need to worry about cultivation speed this problem anymore in the future. Right away, Yi Yuan sat down with his legs crossed without any hesitation and entered heart like still water heart realm to adjust his body's condition to the prime. True dragon's blood was powerful, but just as the black-clothed person said, a moment of carelessness and it would stuff the martial artist until they exploded. Even though Yi Yuan had confidence in subjugating this true dragon's blood, he did not dare to slack off in the slightest either. This was a tempo of playing with one's life. Yi Yuan carefully opened up the small bottle. A peerlessly tyrannical aura gushed out, seemingly wanted to rip this entire stretch of S.P.A.C. to shreds. Instantly, Yi Yuan seemed to have seen a true dragon rush out of the small bottle, circling around in the air. Indeed, well deserving of being a true dragon's blood. Even if it's just one drop of blood essence, it has such power too. Yi Yuan praised with a sigh. Without hesitation, Yi Yuan directly swallowed the blood essence into his abdomen. Immediately, he felt like his internal body was like being immolated. Only at this instant did Yi Yuan know what was genuinely called viscera burning up. Arg! Yi Yuan could not hold back a long cry, reverberating around the entire inheritance S.P.A.C. inside the void. The black-clothed person watched this scene indifferently as he said coldly, "A brat who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Originally thought that you were somewhat different from the others. Didn't think that you're still a fool, refining true dragon's blood. The most terrifying thing isn't the energy contained within the true dragon's blood, but the dreadful true dragon's will. Even for divine traversing realm martial artists, a moment of carelessness, and they would have their will obliterated by the true dragon's will as well, becoming a walking corpse. Forget it. A fool like this, if he's dead, then he's dead. Nothing to feel regret about either. Yi Yuan clenched his teeth till it chattered. Every inch of skin and flesh on his body was immolating. The surface skin and flesh actually gradually cracked open, looking very awful. Yi Yuan was still under the heart, like still water heart realm right now. All of the pain all appeared especially vivid. That anguish gave people an impulse to want to commit suicide. True dragon's blood was indeed abnormally tyrannical. It actually wanted to forcibly load Yi Yuan up to death. Within all of Yi Yuan's meridians, at the moment, violent energy was teeming everywhere. Even when Yi Yuan revolved the spirit bristle 9 yang divine art to the limits, it was unable to digest those violent energies either. Very soon, Yi Yuan fell into an extreme crisis. Seeing Yi Yuan's wretched appearance, the black-clothed person could not help rebuking him again. Ha ha, tasted the hards. H.I. plus P.S., right? Who ask you to be arrogant? Even though this true dragon's blood isn't a genuine divine beast's blood essence, the energy contained within is also not what a puny little c transformation realm like you can subjugate. Truly a fool. As the black-clothed person said this, he suddenly gave a melancholic sigh. He said, finally managed to found a peerlessly talented genius. Didn't think that he would actually die just like this. That fellow is seriously. Why did he have to freaking give some true dragon's blood? It's great now, isn't it? To wait for another genius like this. No idea how many years it will take either. Outside of the vast heaven pag, a commotion suddenly arose. A soul sea realm martial artist barged into the vast heaven mystic realm and sprinted straight for Ning Yixian. Alliance chief, things are bad. That martial artist had a manner of utmost urgency. Ning Yixian's heart thumped, but he still asked in a low voice, what happened? This martial artist was his confidant. He stayed in Wufang City to assist a heavenly martial sex grand elder in dealing with alliance matters. Looking at his appearance, something extraordinary most likely happened. Indeed, that martial artist said with a look of righteous indignation, Fierce Gale World's 5 Great T. Tans personally moved out, directly storming and capturing the northern domain's southeastern strategic city, Cloud Iron City, and activated the transmission array. Now, Fierce Gale World martial artists already invaded the northern domain on a large scale, attacking and occupying the southeastern side's 3 cities in one move. Furthermore, with this, everybody's expressions changed. The Fierce Gale World's 5 Great T. Tans personally moving out. This was terrible. The Fierce Gale World did not have any activities all along after entering the southern domain. For so many, to think that once they moved out, it was so swift, precise, and fierce. Ning Yixian, they all originally thought that with the endless forest, this natural protective defense, the Fierce Gale World wanting to invade Enma, SE could not be accomplished within a short period. Who knew that these 5T, Tans would actually be so decisive in going for the kill, directly attack over. The endless forest, those beneath divine traversing realm were incapable of flying over directly. Only by entering the divine traversing realm could one have sufficient capabilities to preserve themselves. The 5 Great T. Tans personally moved out to seize the transmission array. This was what Ning Yixian did not expect prior to this. Furthermore, what? Don't be like a woman. Quickly say. Ning Yixian said anxiously. That martial artist said with a look of grief and anger. Furthermore, after the Fierce Gale World occupied those 3 cities, they actually actually issued the order to slaughter the people, killing all of the endless world martial artists in those 3 cities. The count. The count is most likely as Ma. S. Civ is in the millions. What did you say? Slaughter everyone in the 3 cities? Ning Yixian doubted his own ears a little. Could it be that those people were all madmen, according to what Yi Yuan said, and looking from the situation that they came to learn about now? The fierce Gale world only came for the endless world's resources. If they adopted conciliatory strategies, the endless world would definitely have many people whose determination was not firm crossover to the other side. But once this sort of tactic like slaughtering the city was implemented, it would undoubtedly arouse all the endless world's martial artists' frenzied resistance. Such a simple logic. Could it be that those fierce Gale world martial artists did not know? Chapter 574, Slaying True Dragon Will. Chapter 574, Slaying True Dragon Will. 1,000,000 martial artists were just a small figure to the endless world. But the influence of the Ma's sacring of the city's occupants this time towards this war was Ma's Civ. This was forcing all the endless world's martial artists to rise up in resistance. Either you die or I perish. H. Plus the fierce Gale world's way of doing things left everyone very perplexed. We planted quite a few hidden agents in the southern domain. Nearby, the endless forest has a lot of hidden sentries too. Could it be that they did not detect anything in advance? Ning Yixian said furiously, although both ends of the endless forest basically broke off contact. As the alliance chief, how could Ning Yixian possibly not think of ways to plant some informants in the southern domain? If one was oblivious to the situation, this war did not need to be fought either. That martial artist shook his head and said no news was sent back from the southern side. The hidden agents in the endless forest detected it, but the 5 Great Peak Sovereign speed was too fast. They simply could not transmit the information in time. Ning Yixian felt a headache. The 3 cities were just a small area of land to the Ning Yixian. But once this hole opened up, the fierce Gale world could send in reinforcements endlessly through these 3 cities. This realm war was also considered to have officially started. Ho! Old Hai, how do you view it? Ning Yixian was also rather ruffled at this time and could only ask Qi Hai. Qi Hai had his brows tightly locked all this while as well. Seeing Ning Yixian inquire, he waved his hand and said, "You lead the others back first. I'll wait here for Yi Yuan and the other 2 to come out. Gauge out the intention of the other party Ma's sacring the cities first before deciding again. Additionally, spread this information around the world. Let every martial artist in the endless world all know that they already don't have a way out. If it's not the fierce Gale world's defeat, then it's our own death." Qi Hai clearly could not figure out what the other party was playing at either. Ever since the Realm Pa's Sageway linked together, the information that the endless world knew about the fierce Gale world was seriously too little. They were simply unable to have any effective response. Ning Yixian heaved a sigh when he heard that and said, "There's only this as well. Then I have to trouble Old Hai with Yi Yuan. I'll bring them back right away." Qi Hai's brows were tightly locked. He nodded his head, but did not speak, lifting his head to look at that purple gold name on the light screen. Only after Ning Yixian brought everyone away did Qi Hai look at Yi Yuan's name and said with a long sigh, "Yi Yuan, you're the endless world's final hope. Quickly get stronger." Inside the inheritance SPAC, Yi Yuan's breath became weaker and weaker. The boundless energy contained in the true dragon's blood looked to be loading him up until he was about to explode. Right at this time, a majestic consciousness instantly intruded inside Yi Yuan's sea of consciousness and turned into an azure dragon's appearance. Boy, you actually dare to refine this and, oh, bleed true dragon's blood. Pay the price for your ignorance. The Azure Dragon was very haughty inside Yi Yuan's sea of consciousness. At this time, although Yi Yuan was in unbearable pain, under heart like still water heart realm, he could still preserve his own consciousness. In front of this young master, you dare to call yourself an Obli? Yi Yuan said coldly, "Ha ha ha. You are but a sea transformation realm little b, A-S-T-A-R-D. To also dare be arrogant in front of our Obli dragon race. Wait until I thoroughly obliterate your consciousness and turn you into a walking corpse. See what you still have to be arrogant in front of this dragon," said the Azure Dragon with a roaring laugh. "With the likes of you," Yi Yuan said with a disdainful look, "humph, ignorant child, still being stubborn on your deathbed, although this dragon is just a tiny bit of remnant consciousness to deal with a sea transformation, realm brat like you, isn't it still defeating you with ease? Watch closely, this dragon will completely wipe away your consciousness right now." Finished talking, the Azure Dragon gave a dragon roar, shocking until Yi Yuan's consciousness nearly collapsed and almost dissipated. It. Why isn't there any activity from the golden characters yet? If this carries on, this lousy dragon is really going to disintegrate my consciousness. The will of an Azure Dragon was no joke. They were the proudest existence beneath the sky, and also the most overbearing existence. Even just a tiny hint of remnant was extremely proud and powerful too. Yi Yuan waited without fear. What he relied on was naturally the golden characters in his sea of consciousness. But until now, they did not have any movements at all. In the end, I still have to rely on myself. 1,000 augmenting soul incantation, break, for me. Yi Yuan's condensed his own consciousness to become a sword, stabbing towards that Azure Dragon. Ha ha, paltry tricks. Want to deal with this dragon with just the likes of this? The Azure Dragon extended a dragon claw, lightly grabbing towards that sword. Yet, right at this time, the black bead within Yi Yuan's sea of consciousness suddenly quivered. The next instant, that colossal Azure Dragon illusion seemed to be struck by lightning, actually unable to move his entire body. The dragon claw that he extended froze there too, unable to advance an inch. Swiss. H. Plus the soul sword that Yi Yuan condensed penetrated through the Azure Dragon illusion. Just like this, the confrontation between consciousnesses was the most perilous. Yi Yuan's soul sword condensed all of his attainments on the divine soul. This attack was by no means insignificant. Arg! How can this dragon be killed by a sea transformation realm brat? Impossible. Imposs. The Azure Dragon's roars gradually became weaker, all the way until that phantom turned into nothing and finally vanished. Plussing. Who? Yi Yuan let out a long breath, looking at that black bead in his sea of consciousness with an astonished gaze. Just what is this black bead's origin? To actually be able to produce such power to restrain a true dragon's will? If not for the black bead remedying the situation today, it was absolutely impossible for Yi Yuan to finish off the Azure Dragon with such ease. This black bead was too mysterious. Also don't know just what was its origins. But through today's matters, Yi Yuan could confirm that this black bead's origin was absolutely extraordinary. One had to know that a true dragon had one of the strongest types of will in this world. Even Yi Yuan did not dare say he had full confidence in dealing with it either. But that black bead just quivered slightly, and that Azure Dragon formed from that strand of will actually become incapable of moving. At this moment, Yi Yuan discovered to his dismay that he had many staggering secrets on him, yet he could not control even a single one of them. No time to think too much. Better absorb the true dragon's blood fast. Yi Yuan calmed his mind very quickly and absorbed the true dragon's blood in full force. Without the true dragon will's guiding, this true dragon's blood became much more obedient. It was not as tyrannical and brutal as before. The powerful energy in the dragon blood continuously baptized Yi Yuan's body, strengthening his essence energy. Yi Yuan's aura could be seen with the naked eye to be strengthening rapidly. After half a day, Yi Yuan successfully broke through to the 6th level C transformation. And what's going on? That boy is actually breaking through? When the black-clothed person saw that Yi Yuan was already severely injured and on the verge of dying, he was disinclined to pay attention to him again any longer. At this time, suddenly detecting somebody breaking through, he hurriedly paid close attention to Yi Yuan. With this look, he could not help jumping in fright. The flesh and skin on Yi Yuan's body covered in cracks not only recovered as good as new at this time, it even became S-colored, faintly exuding powerful strength. Not only did Yi Yuan not show the slightest hint of being injured, but his aura also was terrifyingly powerful. Did he really succeed in refining the true dragon's blood? How is this possible? True dragon will is abnormally ruthless and tyrannical. He's only C transformation realm. How can he possibly beat the true dragon will? This time, the black-clothed person was really stunned. Chapter 575, Half-Dragon Physique, 8th Level C Transformation. Chapter 575, Half-Dragon Physique, 8th Level C Transformation. Yi Yuan's aura rose without ceasing. After breaking through to the 6th Level C Transformation, the momentum still did not reduce, instead surging towards the 7th Level C Transformation. At the same time, Yi Yuan's skeleton was also rattling. His body was still undergoing the dragon blood's baptism. When the black-clothed person saw this scene, he was truly astonished until he could not speak. Yi Yuan was breaking through boundaries while tempering his physique on the side. What kind of freak was this fellow? One had to know that although there was no true dragon will, tempering the physique was something extremely perilous. A single mishap, and one would run amok. Breaking through boundaries was likewise something which did not tolerate any hint of mistakes, and was also exceptionally easy for the person to become deranged. These two matters doing at the same time, the risk of running amok would increase tremendously. But Yi Yuan, this psycho, was actually carrying it out in a systematic order. Yi Yuan's aura rose without stopping and arrived at the 7th Level C transformation's boundary very soon. This was the moment which was the most exhilarating for martial artists, but it was also the most dangerous moment. The black-clothed person watched until his heart leaped to his throat. How could he know that Yi Yuan under heart, like still water realm, doing something like dual tasking was not something that was hard? The process of breaking through to the 7th Level C transformation was not as perilous as the black-clothed person imagined. It was completed easily like water flowing when a channel was formed. Yi Yuan's body, at present, already underwent a thorough remolding transformation. Breaking through was even less of a burden, but the boundless energy contained within the dragon blood still did not end like this. All the way until Yi Yuan broke through to the 8th Level C transformation did it finally stop, when a brand new Yi Yuan appeared before the black-clothed person's eyes. His entire person was in a complete daze. This boy, he really succeeded. His original talent was already very startling. Having experienced the dragon blood's remolding at this time, it's simply going to be heaven-defying. The black-clothed person sucked in a cold breath. Yi Yuan was very pleased with his current body. Even if he did not use essence energy, his entire body was filled with the feeling of strength too. He had a feeling that even if he did not make use of essence energy, he could sweep away sea transformation realm martial artists too. The power of dragon blood is indeed heaven-defying. My physical body actually became formidable to such a degree. A large one tie of true dragon aura is held within my essence energy right now. It can at least increase the power of my martial techniques by 30%. Furthermore, the power of the dragon blood did not dissipate but actually fused into my blood, creating a sort of bloodline. One could say that I'm currently already a half-dragon physique. Yi Yuan examined his own body and was inexplicably thrilled too. This true dragon's blood was too terrifying. What it brought to him was simply a completely remolding transformation. The original Yi Yuan with mediocre talent was now a genius in its true sense at present. Yi Yuan felt like he had a sensation of teeming with power, and he could not refrain from lifting his head up and giving a long howl, unleash, plussing a punch abruptly. Flame movement carnage. Once the fiery red fist shadow appeared, the entire SPAC seemed to be trembling. Intense trembling as well as detonation sounds emitted in the air. This boy, the black-clothed person, was also very alarmed when he saw this punch of Yi Yuan's. With Yi Yuan's current strength, ordinary late-stage soul seas were completely not his match. Breaking through boundaries, Yi Yuan's current mood was excellent. He cupped his fists and said to the void, "Many thanks to Senior for gifting dragon blood. Yi Yuan is endlessly grateful." The black-clothed person could not help choking up. He previously swore that Yi Yuan was dead for sure. But now, not only was Yi Yuan standing in front of him perfectly well, his strength even soared by leaps and bounds. At present, Yi Yuan gave thanks. Although there was no intention of mocking him, the black-clothed person's face was burning hot. The black-clothed person was Imbara, said to acknowledge this. He just casually waved his hand. The vast heavens steel landed in the inheritance SPAC with a bang. Yi Yuan saw that the black-clothed person did not seem to have the intention of opening his mouth, so he just smiled and walked towards the vast heaven steel. When Yi Yuan's divine sense probed into the vast heaven steel, he could not help being greatly taken aback. What I visualize is still the scorching true intent. Why would I come to a stretch of frozen and snow-covered land? Is there a mistake? No way, right? The vast heaven steel can make mistakes too? Yi Yuan said in surprise. As far as the eye could see, it was entirely a vast expanse of whiteness, not a single to do with fire at all. Yi Yuan's thinking was very simple. No matter how many true intents one comprehended, it was also not as practical as specializing in one true intent. Rather than wasting time to visualize other true intents, might as well cultivate the scorching true intent to supreme level. True intent to supreme true intent was a sieve chasm of difference. Crossing it would be a boundless plain, unable to cross it, and one could only fade into the crowd. In the divine realm, one could not tell how many martial artists could grasp true intent, but it was far from what those at the lower realms could compare to. Yet, those able to grasp supreme true intent were in the minority. Yi Yuan had never been satisfied with grasping true intent. His goal was supreme true intent. Only by grasping supreme true intent could he have the qualifications to contend with Ji Kanglin, to have the capital to avenge his hatred. Although the azure dipper floating zero sword intent was powerful, it was still unable to defeat Ji Kanglin. As the #1 expert of the Medicine King Hall, how could Ji Kanglin possibly not have supreme true intent? Ji Kanglin was indeed a rarely seen genius of the martial path. Even if his strength were inferior to the 10 great divine kings, the disparity would not be too great either. Wanting to surpass Ji Kanglin, Yi Yuan needed to become even stronger. Yi Yuan could roam unhindered in the lower realms, but he himself knew that after going to the divine realm, his advantage would not be that big anymore. He could even disregard the immense disparity of a major boundary to cross boundaries and challenge others in the endless world. But reaching the divine realm, even if he could cross boundaries to challenge, it was also impossible to ignore the gap between levels. There were large numbers of martial artists in the divine realm who could grasp true intent. Among them, there was no lack of martial artists who grasped some extremely powerful true intents. So much so that the divine realm's young generation already comprehended the elementary form of supreme true intent at this current realm of his. Compared to those people, Yi Yuan's advantage was naturally all gone as well. Therefore, right now, Yi Yuan could only become even stronger. Only then would he have the capital to gain a foothold when arriving at the divine realm. But comprehending true intents simply had no way of letting him become stronger. Only supreme true intents could let him walk further. With Yi Yuan's talent, him casually comprehending multiple true intents in this vast heaven steel was not an issue. But supreme true intent was different. Comprehending true intent was with decades and centuries as a unit of measurement, and many divine kings in the divine realm only comprehended one supreme true intent throughout their lifetime. It could be seen how hard it was to comprehend supreme true intent. Furthermore, the scorching true intent was even a kind that was extremely hard to comprehend among them. Even if Yi Yuan was I and G with confidence, it was also impossible to succeed in comprehending entirely inside this vast heaven steel within a short period of time. But without any doubt, this vast heaven steel could let his comprehension road shrink tremendously. But what the I was this right now. What Yi Yuan wanted to comprehend was the scorching supreme true intent, not the extreme cold supreme true intent. Why would the vast heaven steel send him to such an environment? But what the L is this place? It's really cold. In this SPAC, Yi Yuan's consciousness was seemingly about to be frozen. This also involuntarily made him release the scorching true intent to resist this kind of extreme cold weather. Chapter 576, Endless Benefits. Chapter 576. Endless Benefits. Very soon, Yi Yuan discovered that his own essence energy expenditure speed was very rapid. Even with Yi Yuan's control over essence energy reaching a very subtle degree, he only persisted for half a day's time before being completely frozen into a popsicle. Extreme cold concept and scorching concept were two kinds of diametrically opposed concepts. Yi Yuan determined that this was not the vast heaven steel's blunder very soon, but it wanted him to temper his scorching true intent through this sort of method. This degree of extreme cold, Yi Yuan was completely unable to comprehend. Extreme cold true intent belonged to the isotribute true intent, and isotribute true intents belonged to an important branch of concept of water. Yi Yuan had not even learned the rudiments of the concept of water, let alone say comprehending the extreme cold true intent. This was like a Soul Sea realm martial artist telling an Essence Chi realm martial artist how Soul Sea realms cultivated. Those at the Essence Chi realm were simply unable to comprehend. Hence, this way of tempering true intent was surely for the sake of the scorching true intent. It was just that how to go and comprehend the scorching supreme true intent. Yi Yuan did not have any clues at all. However, he was not in a rush either. The scorching supreme true intent was too hard to comprehend. He had never thought of plussing it in one stroke. Since the vast heaven steel, SPAC, had a shortcut to walk, he actually saved a lot of time already. If placed in the outside world, who knows how much time he had to spend before he could find a way to learn the basics. Scorching true intent to supreme true intent, the scorching supreme true intent. There was a Sivridge. Even the spirit bristle divine king also spent several hundred years back then before succeeding in comprehending. If Yi Yuan could comprehend successfully within a few days, then it would really be a joke. To be able to achieve a position among the 10 great divine kings, which one of them wasn't somebody with unparalleled talent, though Yi Yuan's comprehension abilities were high, to talk about being hundreds, thousands of times greater than the spirit bristle divine king. That was too exaggerated as well. The black-clothed person stared at Yi Yuan from inside the void and muttered to himself, "This boy is indeed a self-aware person. He knows the logic of biting off more than one can chew. Looks like his horizons are much greater compared to the other endless world martial artists. True intent is but the start of cultivation. What's truly powerful is still supreme true intent. If this boy can comprehend the scorching supreme true intent, then the next 3 rounds most likely won't be able to stump him." The black-clothed person thought about it, and he could not help laughing in spite of himself, and said, "I'm really muddled up by this punk. The scorching supreme true intent is one of the pinnacle few kinds of supreme true intents. Even if his talent is monstrous without 180 years, one can also forget about having some accomplishments. Right now, inside the inheritance SPAC, the time flow is 30-1. The second perfect clear has a reward of 6 days, which is also to say that he only has 180 days time. 180 days to comprehend the scorching supreme true intent isn't even enough to fill the gaps between one's teeth, right? 180 years to have some accomplishments. This was already a tremendously high appraisal of Yi Yuan. One had to know that for a divine king powerhouse in the divine realm, if he could comprehend the scorching supreme true intent during his lifetime, his strength would be an immensely powerful existence among divine kings. Yi Yuan being able to have some accomplishments in 80 to 100 years, such an appraisal could not be said to not be high. 180 days in comparison to 180 years was truly just a twinkle. Even wanting to cross the threshold was very challenging. Time flew by quickly in the inheritance SPAC for Yi Yuan. In the outside world, only a few short days had said. As expected, Qin Yan and Yin Yanhua were both killed in the 5th level by the illusionary spirit's killing array and kicked out of the vast heaven pack. Oh, duh. When they heard that Yi Yuan cleared the first 6 levels perfectly, each one of them was shocked until they could not close their mouths. Apart from the 2 of them, Qi Hai even let Lu Hong and Guo Taochuan stay. These 4 strongest people of the junior generation were all now beside Qi Hai. The 4 of you just cultivate in seclusion here. I'll safeguard you guys. You all should have much comprehension and benefits in the vast heaven pack. Oh, duh. Entering seclusion at this time is the most optimum period. The outside world's matters naturally have those divine traversing realm experts to go and worry over. Having the few of you more to join them won't have much impact, Qi Hai said to the 4 people. Yes, Old Hai. The 4 people acknowledged in unison. Old Hai, did you keep us behind for the sake of cultivation? Guo Taochuan plucked up his courage and asked weakly, although they were the strongest ones among the junior generation. In front of Qi Hai, they were still out-and-out juniors. This Old Hai before their eyes was a legendary S expert. He was in existence even more powerful than their old ancestors. Qi Hai said coolly, "It's naturally not just for cultivation. I kept you guys behind in order to wait for Yi Yuan to come out." Qi Hai did not hide it either. directly saying out his true intentions. Wait for Yi Yuan. Lu Hong was a bit stunned. Guo Taochuan and the others were not surprised at all. They had clearly expected it to some extent long ago. Actually, Lu Hong was still extremely dejected in his heart right now. Although he achieved the goal of shocking everyone with one move this vast heaven pag. Oh, to trip this time. He never would have thought that an existence 100 times, 1,000 times more monstrous than him would actually emerge too. Under Yi Yuan's halo, his sense of existence was weakened to the extreme. This kind of psychological depression, he could not talk to others either. He could only be depressed by himself secretly. In the end, he was held back by Chi Hai, and was even chuckling to himself for a bit secretly, thinking that he was going to get old Hai's heavy grooming. Who knew that he would hear Chi Hai say, so right now, that he only let the few of them stay behind for the sake of Yi Yuan. This made the little bit of hope that just sprung up for him be extinguished again mercilessly. Chi Hai was shrewd and experienced with age. How could he not perceive Lu Hong's emotions? But he just treated as if he did not see, and said coolly, Yi Yuan's gains in this vast heaven pag. Oh, the trip this time is definitely more than what we imagine. After he comes out this time, he'll become the indisputable leader of your junior generation. I believe that in the near future, he might become the entire Endless World's young people's idol. This point, you all need to have a clear understanding yourselves. I know that the four of you are all proud individuals and arrogant at heart, but in front of Yi Yuan, you guys don't have the capital to be arrogant in the least bit. You understand? The Qin Yen trio all nodded their heads slightly when they heard that. They had long already accepted this fact. Yi Yuan's rising speed was seriously too fast. They could not catch up even by whipping their horses. The martial artist world had always been a world which talked using strength. Yi Yuan already used his strength to utterly conquer these so-called strongest people in the junior generation, especially when they saw that scene of Yi Yuan killing the illusionary spirits in the 5th level. It simply made them unable to give rise to the desire to chase after. Yet, before entering the vast heaven pag. Oh, Lu Hong had not heard of Yi Yuan before at all. This made him feel in his heart some difficulties to adapt to things. Chi Hai's words were actually primarily said for him to hear. And Chi Hai frowned slightly. Lu Hong involuntarily shuddered and hurriedly said, Old Hai, Lu Hong understands. Chi Hai nodded his head and continued, The purpose of me making you guys stay behind is very simple. The realm war has already started in full scale now. From now onwards, the four of you have to keep on following by Yi Yuan's side and listen to his instructions. You don't need to look at me with those eyes. I'm not asking you guys to break away from your own sex, but I am taking into consideration for the sake of your futures and for the sake of the endless world's future. Following by his side, you will receive endless benefits. Chapter 577. Be proud of today's choice. Chapter 577. Be proud of today's choice. Of course, I won't force you guys to stay by his side. If you yourselves aren't willing, you can leave right now. Finished talking. Chi Hai pulled out a flask of wine calmly and went to the stone table by the side to start pouring himself a cup to drink on his own. This was the immortal remembrance jade brew that Yi Yuan gave him. This time, he specially brought it along with him. He knew that these four people would definitely be very conflicted and surely would not have an answer for a short while. Forget about Lu Hong. The other three people were all the top proud children of heaven of a world, gathering millions of gazes on them. Even if they admired Yi Yuan very much right now, it also did not represent that they were willing to be Yi Yuan's underlings, listening to Yi Yuan's assignment for every matter. But Chi Hai had his own considerations. Yi Yuan had never belonged to the endless world. he was destined to radiate splendor in the divine realm. With Yi Yuan's current improvement speed, he believed that this day would not be too distant, maybe 10 years, but even so, the maximum would not exceed 20 years. However, to talk about where the endless world's final hope lay, that was absolutely Yi Yuan. Zhao Tianyin, this boundless realm existence, was akin to a gigantic mountain pressing down on Qi Hai's heart. Once the realm Pa-S, Sageway was completely stabilized, and the Wind Emperor personally descended upon the endless world, it would probably be hard for him, a realm lord, to survive as well. Initially, he was constantly worrying about this matter, all the way until he saw Yi Yuan's spectacular performance in the vast heaven pag. Oh, to this time. Yes, Qi Hai was completely awe-inspired, perfect completion 2 consecutive times, and directly making it into the 7th level. Such a result, not say that it would never be seen again, but it was absolutely unprecedented. Moreover, in just this half a month's time, Yi Yuan already broke through multiple realms in a row, breaking through to middle stage sea transformation. Such cultivation speed. Who could guarantee that he would be incapable of having the strength to contend with the Wind Emperor before he descended? An endless world youth being able to obtain a divine realm's inheritance was no doubt impressive, but Yi Yuan's extraordinariness was clearly not due to this. The most remarkable thing about Yi Yuan was not the divine realm inheritance, but that remarkable talent of his. It was himself. Qi Hai dared to confirm that even if the divine realm's legacies landed on these 4 people before his eyes, they absolutely could not reach Yi Yuan's level either. After all, no matter how incredible the legacy, it also needed the martial artist to go and comprehend concepts bit by bit, to go and cultivate essence energy. Essence energy cultivation was hard to say, but this sort of thing like concepts comprehension, it required talent. The reason why Yi Yuan was powerful was that his concepts comprehension threw these few people in front of him multiple streets behind. And to make these 4 people follow Yi Yuan was also hoping that they could become the endless world's future hope. It was to let them mature even faster and become even stronger. If they could not let go of the pride in their hearts, Qi Hai could not help them either. Okay, I'll stay behind to follow Yi Yuan. What made Qi Hai rather surprised was that the first one to speak up was actually the Qin Yan who had a grudge with Yi Yuan. I'm staying too. Guo Taochuan and Yin Yanhua practically followed right after. But Lu Hong became rather hesitant. This sort of situation now was far too drastically different from what he predicted before coming to the vast heaven pag. Oh, duh. He did not think that he actually had to be a lackey for a youth much younger than him now. Lu Hong revealed a difficult look and became hesitant to speak. Qi Hai gave him a sidelong glance and said coolly, "No need to be conflicted. Willing means willing. Unwilling means unwilling. I won't make things difficult for you just because you choose to leave. Furthermore, I came up with this idea at the last minute as well and still haven't discussed it with Yi Yuan yet. Whether he's willing to or not is still another matter altogether." This matter was indeed what he conceived impromptu. The fierce gale, world's abnormal activities, made him rather uneasy, no matter which angle one lies from. The move of Ma-S, sacring cities, was the dumbest one. But were the fierce gale world folks really a bunch of fools? This Lu Hong's talent was indeed decent. That was why Qi Hai had the thought of keeping him behind together with the others. Actually, you don't need to feel wronged. I believe you've perceived it too. Yi Yuan's talent and strength, you won't be able to catch up for the rest of your life too. When he cleared the 5th level, he already had that kind of strength. The second perfect, clear this time. It's still uncertain what kind of heaven-defying rewards he obtained. Coming out of the vast heaven pag, Oh, to this time, he's already on a completely different level of martial artist from us. Following him won't bring disgrace to you. Maybe there might come a day where you would even be proud because of today's choice. At this time, Qin Yin suddenly voiced out to urge. Qi Hai glugged a mouthful of immortal remembrance jade brew and said with a smile, "Not maybe, it's definitely." Lu Hong finally sighed slightly and said to Qi Hai, "Okay, I'll stay behind." "All right, since that's the case, you guys each enter seclusion to comprehend then." Regarding Lu Hong's choice, Qi Hai was not very surprised. This person was not someone stupid, or else he would not have his present accomplishments either. How he should choose, he was actually very clear in his heart. It was just that he could not cross this hurdle in his heart, as long as the gains and losses were lies clearly he could make a wise choice. In a blink, Yi Yuan had already spent over 5 months in the snow-covered land of ice. In these 5 months plus, Yi Yuan was frozen to death many times. Each time was death because of depleting essence energy. In order to not freeze to death, Yi Yuan thought of countless ways. Yet, it yielded very little success. In the beginning, Yi Yuan released the scorching true intent to maintain his body temperature. He discovered that this way would exhaust essence energy very quickly and die. Later on, Yi Yuan became wiser. He only maintained the released true intent at a very low level to barely ensure that he would not be frozen to death. But that sort of extremely cold feeling made him exceptionally clear-minded. That bone-piercing chill made him have limitless despair. But Yi Yuan still toughed it out. Under heart, like still water heart realm, Yi Yuan gingerly maintained the feeble true intent to resist the freezing cold. Gradually, Yi Yuan finally touched upon some know-how. Yi Yuan discovered that he could sense the scorching true, intense, true essence more clearly under such a condition. Even though this sort of feeling was still extremely fuzzy, at least he had a direction to strive towards. It was not hazy like before. These few days, Yi Yuan had been fastidiously experiencing the scorching true intent all along, and he gradually had some understanding in his heart. Heat was a kind of energy release. When the temperature was not high, this sort of release would not produce too much destructive power. But once the temperature rose to an extremely terrifying level, the destructive force of that scorching true intent would be very alarming. In the end, it was still how high a degree the martial artist could raise the temperature of the scorching true intent to. The higher the temperature of the martial technique released, the greater the destructive power evidently caused. Just like the spirit bristle divine king's 9 suns burning heaven, its horrifying destructive power was not due to its large area of effect, but it was because he could raise the temperature within a certain sphere of influence to an extremely terrifying level, a level that was able to obliterate divine king powerhouses. How profound a concept did that have to be? The present Yi Yuan was clearly still far off. Figuring out this link, Yi Yuan no longer used the scorching concept to maintain his own body temperature anymore. Chapter 578, Preliminary Peep at the Door. Chapter 578, Preliminary Peep at the Door, Flame, Movement Carnage. Yi Yuan released all of his essence energy, wanting to shatter this world of ice and snow. Yet, everything was futile. His flame movement carnage was incapable of stirring up even a drop of sea spray. But Yi Yuan did not have the intention of giving up. He swung his fists like this over and over again, repeatedly like a moth flying into the fire, all the way until he froze to death. Then once more. Yi Yuan already could not remember how many times he had died, and how many punches he had swung. Either way, every time he swung his fists, he had to go all out to release the scorching true intent to the limits. Still a little bit more. Just a tiny bit. These countless times of swinging his fists was not a wasted effort. continuously persisting in the state of his limits. This made his utilization of the scorching true intent become even more practiced. The understanding became deeper too, and now Yi Yuan finally felt that he was gradually going to touch that threshold. This feeling made him excited, yet dejected. He was excited that the scorching supreme true intense gate was right in front of him, but feeling dejected that this step kept on being distant just like the end of the world for very long, unable to break through for a long time. How could the gate to a supreme true intent be so easy to step inside? But what Yi Yuan lacked the least was patience. In his previous life, in order to research a type of medicinal pill, he would even perform up to 1,000,000 dreary experiments. If there were not this sort of grinding process, he could not possibly have become the divine realm's youngest peak alchemy emperor either. This bit right now was simply just child's play to him. Just like this, his fists danced about over and over again, seeking that sensation of breakthrough bit by bit. By the time it was the 170th day, Yi Yuan finally found a spark of inspiration. Rumble! Yi Yuan struck out a punch with all his might. The snowy ice SPAC finally underwent a trace of change. It was this trace of change that made Yi Yuan inexplicably excited. That punch earlier shattered that extreme cold very briefly. Even though it was only for an extremely brief time, Yi Yuan sensed it clearly. But this punch, likewise, exhausted all of his essence energy. Yi Yuan would be frozen to death very soon. Reviving again, Yi Yuan did not attack randomly right away, but he meticulously visualized that sort of feeling just now. Mustering strength, punching out, shattering SPAC. It was this sort of feeling. Yi Yuan once again sensed that the instant the extreme cold was smashed, the extreme cold weather had that tiny hint of loosening up. Although this sort of extreme cold was very stubborn and recaptured the position immediately, that kind of feeling absolutely would not be wrong. Hard work pays off. Finally got a preliminary peep at the door. Even Yi Yuan himself could not help being proud of himself for a while either. He only used a short 170 days' time to get a preliminary peep at the door of the scorching supreme true intent. This was absolutely a very remarkable achievement. Even the spirit bristle divine king back them spent at least several decades' time to get a preliminary peep at the door of this supreme true intent. As it was said, the first step was the hardest for everything. The hardest thing about comprehending concepts was not the process of comprehension, but finding the way to cross the threshold. Even if Yi Yuan already comprehended the scorching true intent to go a step further and achieve supreme true intent, it was another world. This degree of difficulty was no less than an aboriginal ascending to the divine realm from the endless world. Apart from Yi Yuan, this exception, for an aboriginal to want to ascend to the divine realm from the endless world, there might not be one in several hundred years either. The level of difficulty could be imagined. Yi Yuan could get a preliminary peep at the door in a short 170 days. This was absolutely an incredible heroic undertaking. Of course, even if Yi Yuan got a preliminary peep at the door, the road at the back was extremely hard to walk to. But once the step was taken out, it was the most solid step. The astonishment in the black-clothed person's heart could be imagined. This boy, just where did this freak pop out from? This is the scorching supreme true intent, not some lousy commonwear. 170 days. He only used 170 days to get a preliminary peep at the door. The black-clothed person's pride was already beaten, completely battered and bruised by Yi Yuan under the circumstances where he knew nothing of. Along the way, Yi Yuan completed far too many impossible to complete tasks. The black-clothed person already felt that he was numb, but he was still shocked by Yi Yuan once more without any surprise. Even though the black-clothed person did not tell him the time he remained in the inheritance SPAC, AC this time. He reckoned that it was almost up as well. Even if there were still time left, there definitely wouldn't be much left either. To want to get any progress in the scorching concept, the time was simply insufficient. Hence, Yi Yuan thought of the 9 characters true word formula. Yi Yuan decided to use this bit of time remaining to research this 9 characters true word formula for a bit. This 9 characters true word formula was vastly different from ordinary martial techniques. There was no general outline, no cultivation method, just 9 very blurry words, giving people a feeling of having no way to start. Yi Yuan mustered up heart like still water and started to visualize the Lin character formula. This already became a habit of Yi Yuan's. Under heart like still water heart realm, regardless whether was it cultivation or battle for Yi Yuan, the efficiency was very high. Yet, in the next moment, Yi Yuan's entire body suddenly trembled. This heart, like still water realm, actually produced an inexplicable resonance with the Lin character. Could it be that these two have some connection? Yi Yuan said in great surprise. This heart, like still water, was successfully comprehended by chance when he was at the 9 Heavens Road. It was completely unrelated to this Lin character, but he clearly sensed that the heart realm, which was stuck at the bottleneck, all along seemed to have that tiny hint of loosening. On the other side, the originally extremely fuzzy Lin character in the sea of consciousness, under Yi Yuan's visualization, seemed to gradually become clearer. The two, heart realm and the Lin character, seemingly like dry wood meeting raging flames, instantaneously producing a resonance. Under this resonance, luck came as Yi Yuan's mind became more agile, and he actually involuntarily formed a strange hand seal. This hand seal was not complicated, but not knowing why, when Yi Yuan formed the seal, it was unbelievably strenuous. The method to form the seals was clearly in Yi Yuan's head. However, even the first hand seal, he was unable to form it even by mustering all of his might. It was as if within this seal, it contained tremendous repulsive force, separating his both hands. Yi Yuan was a stubborn person too. This first seal, he already formed more than half of it. Just the final step, and it was going to succeed. At this time, he absolutely did not wish to give up. Hence, he used all the essence energy in his body, wanting to complete the seal. Poor work! Yi Yuan finally could not hold back the sweetness in his throat. A mouthful of fresh blood spewed out. This seal is exceedingly overbearing. It actually shocked me till internal injuries. Even the first seal is so profound. How terrifying must the seals at the back be? Yi Yuan wiped the fresh blood at the corners of his mouth and could not help saying with an emotional sigh. Even though he did not succeed, Yi Yuan could confirm that this Lin character and heart realm most likely had some kind of connection. Yi Yuan already had not broken through in heart realm for very long, constantly marching on the spot. Evidently, he had reached a bottleneck, but through the visualization this time, Yi Yuan clearly sensed heart like still water heart realm loosening up again. As long as he continued visualizing, Yi Yuan's heart realm was bound to have some breakthrough. However, what excited Yi Yuan even more was that if visualizing the Lin character could aid heart realm breakthrough, then didn't he obtain a method to cultivate heart realm? Chapter 579, 3 Palms. Chapter 579, 3 Palms. Heart realm did not have a direct enhancement to a person when it came to combat power, but its auxiliary function was too powerful. Along the way, this heart, like still water, already helped him for G. Oh, D knows how many times. Essence energy realm increase was not something hard to Yi Yuan, but heart realm was different. He knew that if there wasn't any heaven-defying fortuitous encounter, wanting to break through to heart like monolith realm was too difficult. If this 9 characters true word formula could really advance heart realm, then its benefit was huge. But this was all just Yi Yuan's deductions. He only visualized the Lin character once, and could not even form the first-hand seal. How could wanting to break through be that easy? However, as long as there was a direction to work towards, Yi Yuan believed that he could fumble it out someday. Right at this time, Yi Yuan's vision suddenly blurred, and he was directly kicked out of the inheritance SPAC. It turned out that time was already up. His visualization this time, 10 days' time actually said in a twinkle. When Yi Yuan recovered to his senses, he could not help feeling surprised. This 7th level's SPAC was not large but was totally bare. There was only a silhouette that appeared before him. It was precisely that black-clothed person. Is it possible that, Senior, you're this 7th level's guardian? Yi Yuan figured out the connection very quickly. The black-clothed person turned around and said indifferently, "That's right. This 7th round is very simple. You just have to receive 3 of my palms and still be able to stand up will do." Simple? Probably wasn't that simple, right? It was only unless this vast heaven pag. Oh, the owner was a fool that he would place a simple hurdle at the 7th level. This black-clothed person was clearly an expert who was extremely powerful. With Yi Yuan's present strength, he could not fathom the other party at all. If these 3 palms were so easy to receive, Lu Linfeng would also not have suffered a cruce. Plussing defeat at this round. That was a freak-like existence. Even he could not clear this round. The might of these 3 palms could be imagined. Senior's strength is unfathomable. You hitting me with 3 palms. How can I not die? Yi Yuan said, "Don't you worry. I'll suppress my boundary to the level corresponding to yours. Your 8th level C transformation, right now. I'll face you with 8th level C transformation," said the black-clothed person coolly, his tone revealing extreme self-confidence. Yi Yuan's expression became apprehensive. Could it be that Lu Linfeng was the same as him? If it was really like this, how formidable did this black-clothed person's strength have to be? Ever since Yi Yuan reincarnated, this was still the first time hearing that somebody dared to battle him with the same realm. Furthermore, what Black Clothing said was 3 palms, and still being able to stand, which was also to say that Yi Yuan just had to endure these 3 palms, and he could enter the next level successfully. This black-clothed person was either a moron or he had absolute confidence in his own strength. Yi Yuan believed that his own performance, this black-clothed person definitely took it all into consideration. He actually still dared to say, so under the circumstances where he knew Yi Yuan's strength, he definitely had full confidence that Yi Yuan was not his match. Seemingly discerning Yi Yuan's worry, the black-clothed person said with a cold smile, "What? Scared?" Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Not so far as to be scared. The worst outcome is merely just losing the qualifications to continue challenging. That's all. I was just trying to guess Senior's strength." The black-clothed person did not seem to be joking as he said, coldly, "You're wrong. The first 6 levels indeed didn't have the possibility of being injured or causing death. But these 3 levels behind, one might lose their lives at any time. Therefore, don't you dare to have the mentality of sing by a fluke." The black-clothed person paused for a bit and explained, "It's genuine death." Yi Yuan could not help being startled inwardly. This black-clothed person was clearly not joking. Could it be that the next 3 levels would really have injury and death accompanying? If this was the case, then wasn't Lu Linfeng beaten down by this fellow? Yi Yuan could not imagine the sight of Lu Linfeng being beaten down to the ground by this person and being unable to get up. The black-clothed person clearly did not know that Yi Yuan was still in the mood to scoff at Lu Linfeng at this time. He said coolly, "You still have the chance to choose to withdraw now. But once you decide, you don't have the opportunity anymore." Yi Yuan did not have much hesitation as he said straightforwardly, "I choose to challenge." The black-clothed person was a little surprised. Yi Yuan's reply was too quick, as if he did not go through detailed deliberation at all. Was this boy brave because of his superb techniques, or was he simply missing a few things in his head? Although there were few who were able to make it to the 7th round, there was not a single exception. Previously, those people all went through a very long mental struggle without exception before mustering up the courage to agree to it. Not everyone could face the challenge of death calmly, no matter how overflowing you were with talent. Only Yi Yuan seemed to say it without hesitation. "You're sure that you don't need to reconsider? You should know that in this 10,000 years, there were a total of 4 people who entered the 7th level. But only a single person could endure my 3 palms. And the other 3 people, there was even one who was killed on the spot by me." The black-clothed person was not telling lies. The names on the light screen only showed that there were 3 people who entered the 7th level. As for their life and death, it could not ill. You, as trait. Actually, the black-clothed person being made fun of by Yi Yuan time and again, he more or less still had some thoughts of taking revenge in his heart. He very much wanted to see fear, this emotion, on Yi Yuan's face. But this time, he was still disappointed. Yi Yuan had a calm look as he said without any fear, "Dying at Senior's hands only shows that Yi Yuan's skill was lacking. If I die, then I die. No big deal." Yi Yuan was a person who had died once. He was clearer than anybody in this world the implication of death. But it was precisely because so that Yi Yuan yearned even more to obtain more powerful strength. After reincarnation, Yi Yuan's greatest obsession was revenge. Even after going through Ji Xingyang's enlightenment, this obsession of Yi Yuan's did not change. However, he was still able to think rationally. He was still rational enough not to become an emotionless machine controlled by vengeance. He was slowly making his preparation and building up his strength. Yi Yuan's conviction to desire strength was greater than anyone. Ji Kanglin was too strong. Without absolute strength, Yi Yuan was simply incapable of defeating him. With this conviction, Yi Yuan had never lacked courage. He dared to challenge everything in this world. If he did not even dare to receive the black-clothed person's 3 palms, what courage would he have to go find Ji Kanglin for revenge? All along, facing people much more powerful than him, Yi Yuan had never retreated. If DS blocked, kill G, DS. Buddha blocks, kill Buddha. This was the path of a powerhouse. Seeing the expression on Yi Yuan's face, the black-clothed person knew that he belittled him too much. True powerhouses absolutely would not fear death. Their only fear was fear that they were not strong enough. 2 perfect completions in a row, Yi Yuan naturally knew that there were even greater rewards waiting for him behind this. And the current Yi Yuan made no effort to conceal the yearning for this reward as well. This desire of becoming strong had long said life and death already. The black-clothed person fell silent for a long time before heaving a sigh and saying, "Looks like I've underestimated you. These 3 palms are extraordinary. You have to be careful." As he said, the black-clothed person's realm dropped at a speed visible to the naked eye. But the aura on his body was rising steadily instead. Yi Yuan and the black-clothed person faced each other from a distance, but their faces had never before seen solemnness. Chapter 580, Counterattack. Chapter 580, Counterattack. Seeing the black-clothed person's harrowing aura, Yi Yuan did not dare to be careless in the slightest, mobilizing all the essence energy in his body and gathering it onto his fist. The palm wind was too fast. Yi Yuan simply could not cast myriad rain sword blades in time at all. The aura was Astoni's. I plus ing. But the black-clothed person's actions were not shocking. He raised his palms slightly and just pushed out 3 palms in succession in a casual manner. 3 azure dragons carried a series of dragon roars as they galloped at full speed towards Yi Yuan. The palm force had yet to arrive, and a sensation which made Yi Yuan feel suffocated was already transmitted in front of him. At this moment, Yi Yuan felt an unprecedented pressure. Essence energy ignition. Flame movement carnage. At this moment, Yi Yuan used the most powerful flame movement carnage without holding anything back, pouring the trace of concept which he comprehended in the inheritance SPSC into it as well. Instantaneously, Yi Yuan swung out a myriad of uncountable punches. The entire sky was all Yi Yuan's fist shadows. Yet, those 3 azure dragons completely disregarded Yi Yuan's fist shadows, breaching the defense Yi Yuan laid out at the forefront. It was as if breaking a dead branch from a tree. They broke through Yi Yuan's fist shadows, savagely, instantly tearing those red-colored fist shadows to shreds. But Yi Yuan did not seem to see it. He still brandished his fists frenziedly, striking towards the 3 azure dragons unceasingly. These 3 azure dragons seemed to be like living things, destroying everything that obstructed them exceedingly tyrannically. Yi Yuan in front of them was frail like a little kitty. If such tyrannical 3 palms landed on Yi Yuan's body, the outcome could not be imagined. But Yi Yuan did not seem to be aware of the approach of danger. His fist speed became faster and faster. The fist shadows became increasingly concentrated. Initially, the black-clothed person still looked at Yi Yuan's struggle calmly. But his expression at this time involuntarily became somber. The advancement speed of those 3 azure dragons actually became progressively slower. The concentrated fist shadows landed on the azure dragons' bodies. Even if it only scratched an itch for him, Yi Yuan's fist shadows were swift to the extreme. It would cause considerable obstruction to them as well. In this short while, Yi Yuan already struck out uncountable punches. Moreover, his speed was still becoming faster. Through the true dragon's blood reforming, Yi Yuan's current body was already extremely powerful and could fully withstand this sort of taxing punching speed. Bang, bang, bang. Countless fist shadows, exploding sounds reverberated in the air, looking very spectacular. The bodies of the 3 azure dragons actually gradually became illusionary. This was a sign of their energy about to be depleted. Hiss! This boy actually received 3 palms with such a method. When seeing the azure dragon's bodies gradually becoming faint, the black-clothed person knew that Yi Yuan clearing this 7th level was already almost guaranteed. Actually, the black-clothed person had never thought that Yi Yuan could not pass through the 7th level at all. Yi Yuan could clear the rounds perfectly twice. His concept's comprehension was far from what other martial artists could compare to. Even that Li Fantian was much worse compared to Yi Yuan. Furthermore, Yi Yuan had gone through the true dragon's blood's remolding. Within his essence energy now contained the chi of a true dragon. The power of the flame movement carnage that Yi Yuan fired out now was already much more powerful compared to previously. If such a Yi Yuan could not pass the 7th level, he could directly find a piece of tofu to commit suicide. Bang, bang, bang. Yi Yuan punched out a fist one after another. The 3 azure dragons' silhouettes already became fainter and fainter. That sort of initial savageness and pride were already completely gone at this time. Finally, with a bang, the 3 azure dragons directly exploded in the air, and they were already less than 30 feet distance away from Yi Yuan. And what's this boy doing? The black-clothed person suddenly felt puzzled. After Yi Yuan utterly annihilated the 3 azure dragons, he was still punching nonstop. The air gave off dense, yet dull detonating sounds, making people feel incredibly stifled. Awoo! Suddenly, a fiery red colossal dragon rushed out from Yi Yuan's fist shadows, hurtling straight at the black-clothed person. The black-clothed person's pupils constricted, and he sucked in a cold breath. Hiss! This boy is truly a freak. Talking was talking. The black-clothed person's hand movements were not slow. It was only to see him slowly reached out with his palm and grabbed hold of the dragon's head quite leisurely, and then pinched lightly just like that. The originally violent red dragon immediately dissipated into nothing. Hugh! 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 Yi Yuan finally stopped and collapsed onto the ground straight away, panting heavily. He was already totally drained of strength and could not even move even a finger at this time. How many years has it been? You're the first person who still has the strength to spare to counterattack me. Truly remarkable. The black-clothed person finally did not stint with his praises. Even though he had long guessed that the 7th level could not stump Yi Yuan, he never would have thought that Yi Yuan actually still had strength left over to counterattack after neutralizing his attacks. Those 3 palms of his earlier were not really sent out casually. It was just that he had long already had full control over palm force. That was why it appeared to be effortless. In his view, Yi Yuan being able to barely receive these 3 palms was already considered not bad. The matter developed just as he expected in the beginning, too. He estimated that Yi Yuan's limits were also just barely making it through these 3 palms. But he never would have thought that Yi Yuan's limits far exceeded his expectations. No, it should be said that Yi Yuan's limits were just that much. But when he used Flame Movement Carnage earlier, he seemed to have found some inspiration. Hence, he clenched his teeth and persisted longer than he initially could. The first half segment was Yi Yuan's strength, while the latter half segment was entirely Yi Yuan using willpower to grit his teeth and persevere on. In this countless years, geniuses that the black-clothed person had seen were like schools of carps crossing the river. They were too many to enumerate, yet he had never seen before any genius with Yi Yuan's willpower. When one's physical abilities exceeded the limits, it would be immensely agonizing. Furthermore, all kinds of discordance would appear in one's movements. Without staggering willpower, there was just no way to control one's strength. But just now, each of Yi Yuan's fists was controlled very perfectly, all the way until that final earth-shaking blow. In the end, that fire dragon crumbled in a single blow in front of the black-clothed person only because he was too strong. The power of that blow was already not beneath the myriad rain sword blades in the slightest. No wonder you could refine the true dragon's blood, just based on this willpower of yours. Your future accomplishments are already limitless. The black-clothed person praised. Yi Yuan did not wish to speak, nor did he have the strength to talk. He was already dead exhausted. Seeing the situation casually, the black-clothed person fired out a streak of essence energy into Yi Yuan's body. Yi Yuan shuddered slightly and finally recovered some strength. He sat up and said to the black-clothed person, "Is it considered successful?" The black-clothed person was dazed, and he could not help laughing as he said, "Of course. These 3 levels don't have any perfect completion. If there was, you already cleared the round perfectly just now." Yi Yuan struck out the final punch and directly laid on the ground. According to what the black-clothed person said previously, it should be failing the challenge. But even a moron could tell that Yi Yuan had indeed cleared the round. Furthermore, he cleared the round very beautifully. Yi Yuan lifted his head slightly and forced a smile and said, "Oh, then that's good." Chapter 581, Coiling Dragon, Heaven Devastating Palm. Chapter 581, Coiling Dragon, heaven-devastating palm. Only now did Yi Yuan know that these 3 levels actually did not have the talk of perfect clear. But just from those 3 palms earlier, there was indeed no need for the so-called perfect completion. Scattering those 3 azure dragons just now, he already used up all of his strength. If not for stubbornly holding on to one last breath, he would have fainted long ago. To be able to last all the way until the final blow, on the one hand, stemmed from his powerful willpower. On the other hand, it was because his body was reformed by a true dragon's blood before. You're really a genius. To actually grasp the strength of a true dragon so quickly and fuse it into the scorching true intent. TSK. Boy, I think very highly of you. The black-clothed person praised. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Actually, I'm a little confused myself. When I went all out to deal with Senior's palm force, the true dragon strength incubating in my body actually stirred, and it entered my fists bit by bit." The black-clothed person nodded slightly and said, "Looks like you're a natural martial artist. Your future accomplishments might be above that fellow's." Yi Yuan could not help being absent-minded when he heard that. From his previous life to this life, this was still the first time somebody gave him such an appraisal. The previous lives, Yi Yuan likewise grew up in the midst of countless praises. But everyone all did not pay attention to his martial talent, because his alchemy talent was too dazzling, so much so that it made everyone all overlook his talent in the martial path. All the way until this lifetime, Yi Yuan resolved to become a martial path powerhouse. The more he placed effort in the martial path, the more did he discover that he seemed to have similarly tremendous potential in it. Azure Dipper floating zero sword, heart like still water, concept of wind, concept of fire. These things all required martial artists to spend immense effort to go and comprehend, but he did not seem to have expended much time comprehending them. Even though quite a few among these were because of coincidences, one had to admit that his talent played a very huge part. Without talent, even if lucky chances came, one could only enter a treasure mountain and return empty-handed. Since you have some comprehensions, then regulate your breathing and digest your gains earlier right here for a bit. At the 8th level, I'll only unleash 2 palms. You have to try your best. Finished talking, the black-clothed person vanished. Phew. Finally going to enter the 8th level, huh? Yi Yuan sucked in a deep breath and muttered to himself. The lowest goal which Yi Yuan set for himself was the 7th level, except he did not expect that the gains he had in this vast heaven pag. Oh, Defar Serpa, said his own imaginations. Now, his strength soared rapidly. He totally had the qualifications to challenge the 8th level. Yi Yuan even somewhat suspected if this was set up by the vast heaven pag. Oh, does owner beforehand, and that he was currently walking step by step until now, according to the route planned out by the vast heaven pag. Oh, does owner. Otherwise, it was simply impossible for an ordinary genius to walk to this step. Yi Yuan had a feeling that this was a systematic training to nurture geniuses. Courage and insight, comprehension abilities, and strength. Not one could be missing. That fellow mentioned by the black-clothed person, Yi Yuan felt that he was very likely to be this vast heaven pag. Oh, does owner. This person was truly an enigmatic existence. Yi Yuan felt like this vast heaven pag. Oh, the owner might even be much stronger compared to the 10 great divine kings. Could he be a deity realm existence? But right now in this world, how could it possibly give birth to deity realm powerhouses? The vast heaven pag. Oh, there was something that only appeared in these 10,000 years. Could it be that within this 10,000 years, there were really deity realm powerhouses born? If the vast heaven pag. Oh, the owner was really a deity realm powerhouse. Where did he go? Deity realm powerhouses had long lifespans. living for 10,000 years was absolutely not an issue. Yi Yuan felt that the riddles in his heart were getting more and more. Who cares? Want to attain deity realm? I first have to kill Ji Kanglin. Yi Yuan chased this messy stuff out of his mind and started to meditate to recover essence energy. After half a day, Yi Yuan opened both eyes. His body already recovered to its optimum state. If Lu Linfeng, that old thing, knows that I made it past the 7th level, who knows what expression he would have. Yi Yuan suddenly remembered Lu Linfeng and could not help finding it funny. Looks like Lu Linfeng should have comprehended the formations path in the vast heaven steel. That was how he had today's accomplishments. But this old punk's talent was indeed a Stonies. Plusing 2. To actually be able to rely on the formations path to achieve 10 great divine kings. However, Yi Yuan knew that this vast heaven mystic realm only opened up a window for Lu Linfeng. His true rise was still after exiting the vast heaven mystic realm. Snap! Outside the vast heaven pag. Chihai's hand trembled. Cruce. Plussing the southern sandalwood cup filled with immortal remembrance jade brew into pieces. This action of his startled Qin Yen and the others who were currently in close seclusion. Old Hai, what's wrong? Qihai drew a deep breath and said, You guys see for yourselves. The 4 people were stunned and followed Qihai's gaze to look at the light screen. It was only to see that Yi Yuan's name already appeared in the 8th level. Hiss! The 4 people sucked in a cold breath. The 8th level. What kind of concept was this? Yi Yuan already tied with the number 1 person in this 10,000 years, Leaf Fantion. Now, do you guys still have any opinions about following him? Qihai asked, leisurely. The 4 people could not help exchanging glances and shook their heads at the same time. What an opinion was there still? No matter how talented the 4 of them were, it was impossible to reach this sort of level 2 compared to Yi Yuan. They were like fireflies compared to the bright moon. Too great a disparity. You all cultivate properly. Don't lose even the qualifications to follow him, Qihai said with a long sigh. In the 8th level, Yi Yuan and the black-clothed person faced each other from a distance. Ready? This time, I'll only unleash 2 palms, and I will still maintain the same realm as you, said the black-clothed person. Yi Yuan said, Senior, this palm technique of yours seems to be unleashed with true dragon strength too. Although I didn't sense a supreme true intent, the power isn't the slightest bit inferior to supreme true intents. I wonder why. The black-clothed person said, What's strange about that? The strength of true dragons escapes the 5 elements in the first place. What the 4 great divine beasts relied on came from their bloodline power. And within their bloodline contains the great Tao of heaven and earth in itself. This is not what humans can compare to. In terms of power, it's naturally not worse off than supreme true intents. You had refined true dragon's blood now. And the power of a true dragon is contained within your body too. You should be able to experience the might of bloodline power. Yi Yuan nodded his head and understood very quickly. Divine beasts were all the favored children of heaven. They were born with their might, especially the 4 great divine beasts. Their strength was even much stronger compared to many human deity realm powerhouses. Furthermore, Yi Yuan knew that the 4 great divine beasts level of divine beasts virtually did not need to cultivate. As long as they matured to become adult divine beasts, they could achieve the divine path. The whole process from beginning to end was unbelievably heaven-defying. Hence, divine beasts were all extremely proud races. Even a drop of blood essence contained an exceptionally tyrannical will inside. I got it. Senior, make your move. Yi Yuan said coolly. The black-clothed person was not long-winded either. This time, he placed both hands together. Immediately, a violent wind howled along with a series of dragon roars emitting. This set of palm technique is named Coiling Dragon Heaven Devastating Palm. Training to an advanced level can shatter the firmament with force. You have to receive it well. Chapter 582, 10 Days Time. Chapter 582, 10 Days Time, 2 Azure Dragons. Except that this time, the 2 Azure Dragons appeared much more robust compared to the 3 previously. Very clearly, the true dragon strength contained inside was way stronger than before. Facing these 2 Azure Dragons, Yi Yuan actually had a feeling of his scalp tingling. Flame, movement, true dragon carnage. Yi Yuan's dual fists were like flood dragons heading out to the seas. 2 red dragons came out with a roar too. This flame, movement, true dragon carnage was precisely the final attack that Yi Yuan comprehended in the 7th level. This attack fused the true dragon strength in Yi Yuan's body, augmenting the power of Yi Yuan's flame, movement, carnage multiple times. It already reached the level of condensed form of gathered essence. Virtually instantly, 2 Azure Dragons and 2 red dragons collided together just like this. Rumble! The collision aftershocks seemingly made the entire SPAC shudder. Under this shock wave, the black-clothed person was as firm as a mountain. But Yi Yuan was pushed out far away before he barely managed to stabilize himself. Seizing this opportunity, Yi Yuan revolved the spirit bristle 9-yang divine art with all his might to recover essence energy. He knew that his flame movement true dragon carnage was not the black-clothed person's match at all. He had to seize all the opportunity he could to restore his strength so as to respond to the follow-up class. H. Plus, with Yi Yuan's current essence energy magnitude coupled with this move, flame movement true dragon carnage, instant killing late stage, Soul Sea experts were nothing difficult. But in front of the black-clothed person, it appeared too weak to stand up to a single blow. The 2 red dragons only blocked for several breaths of time and were smashed into smithereens by those 2 Azure Dragons. Those 2 Azure Dragons' remaining momentum was not diminished, hurtling towards Yi Yuan. 1,000 flowing petals. Explode. Without the slightest hesitation, Yi Yuan already finished preparing the second wave of attacks. From the beginning, Yi Yuan had never planned on being able to surpass the black-clothed person's 2 palms. In the 7th level, he already experienced the might of this coiling dragon heaven devastating palm. And this 8th level, he would only unleash 2 palms. The difficulty would surely surge. Otherwise, how could that Li Fantion with such talent possibly lose in this 8th level? This flame movement true dragon carnage was already one of his strongest trump cards right now. But it still could not resist the 2 Azure Dragons for a short while, since facing attack with attack could not do anything to these 2 Azure Dragons. Then he could only defend. The 1,000 flowing petals offensive power was not strong, but using to defend was an excellent move. After Yi Yuan broke through to the 8th level C transformation, his essence energy C already reached a very exaggerated 400 feet, while the average 8th level C transformation was also just around 150 feet essence energy C at the very most. His current essence energy thickness was already nearly 3 times of ordinary martial artists, while for most ordinary Soul Sea experts, their essence energy Cs were 1,000 feet in circumference, merely over twice of Yi Yuan's. One had to know that when Sea Transformation realm martial artists broke through to Soul Sea, their essence energy C would be LL up to 10 times. Wait until Yi Yuan broke through to Soul Sea. How horrifying an extent would the area of his essence energy C expand to? executing thousand flowing petals with Yi Yuan's current strength, the power and area of attack were all not what it could be compared to previously. Flying petals in the count of hundreds of millions rushed towards the two azure dragons. They attached onto the azure dragons' bodies and carried out mild explosions unceasingly. If it were an ordinary attack, it would have long been totally worn away by this move of Yi Yuan's and could not arrive in front of him at all. But these two azure dragons were too strong. They easily defeated Yi Yuan's two red dragons. How could these petals stop them? However, thousand flowing petals was the martial technique which Yi Yuan was most skilled in after all. Its powerful attrition abilities still played a huge part. Puff, puff, puff. The sounds of petals exploding non-stop transmitted from the air. The two azure dragons' speed fell abruptly, becoming sluggish. Those countless flying petals were like a marsh, making the two azure dragons sank deeper and deeper. When the black-clothed person saw this scene, he could not help saying with a smile, "This boy, his means are indeed inexhaustible." So young, and he actually comprehended a supreme, true intent to this extent. Truly remarkable. If it were a complete, supreme, true intent, just relying on these two palms really would not be able to do anything against him. But if it's just this level, it's still inadequate. Indeed, those two azure dragons were not exploded to death by the thousand flowing petals. Soon they broke out of the layer upon layer of obstacles, charging at Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan's expression became intent, and he took out the shianying sword. The starting stance of myriad rain sword blades was displayed. Myriad rain sword blades. Thousand flowing petals strove for time for myriad rain sword blades casting. This was also Yi Yuan's final trump card measure. This time, Yi Yuan did not hold back, but maneuvered all the remaining essence energy in his body, pouring it into the myriad rain sword blades in one go. The two azure dragons were wrapped in large ties of petals and rushed for Yi Yuan. Bang, bang, bang. Pork! Yi Yuan's body was akin to a kite with a broken string flying out. And those two azure dragons finally dissipated into thin air too. Under this blow, Yi Yuan was finally injured, but under his struggling, he finally still stood up. Yi Yuan's innards received tremendous impact. Presently, the wounds sustained were not light. The black-clothed person said coolly, "You indeed didn't let me down. I think you should have guessed it. This 9th level, I'll only unleash one palm, which is also the coiling dragon, heaven-devastating palm's ultimate palm. The vast heaven pag. Oh, will treat your wounds. You have 10 days' time to be in close seclusion here. Perhaps you will have some gains. After 10 days, whether or not you can become the first genius to clear the 9th level in this 10,000 years will be up to you." Leaving behind this sentence, the black-clothed person left without even turning his head back. Right at this time, a beam of light shot down from the air, enveloping Yi Yuan inside. This light beam actually had the effects of healing injuries. Yi Yuan shrugged off the disorderly emotions and meditated with his legs crossed, recovering injuries with all his strength. Less than an hour, Yi Yuan's injuries were healed. The black-clothed person said that what I'm given is 10 days' time. But this treatment only used an hour's time. He made me enter seclusion in these 10 days. What kind of gains can there be in 10 days' time? But since he said it, it shouldn't be talking nonsense, right? This 8th level, I've virtually already used all of my strength. With my current strength, even if I employ the nameless energy, it's impossible to pass through the 9th level too. Once his injuries healed, Yi Yuan started to deliberate. The words that the black-clothed person said seemed to have profound meaning. 10 days' time was too short. To say that one's strength could make staggering progress, that simply could not be accomplished. But with Yi Yuan's present strength, he was likely unable to clear the 9th level at all. Coiling Dragon Heaven Devastating Palm's ultimate palm. Yi Yuan felt fearful just thinking about it, unless his current strength broke through to Soul C, or else there was simply no way to contend with this so-called ultimate palm. But even if Yi Yuan broke through to Soul C realm, this black-clothed person would definitely execute this move with Soul C realm. The outcome was still the same. Putting it bluntly, this vast heaven pag, Da's guardian suppressing his boundary to around the same as the challenger's all along was for the sake of testing the challenger's talent and strength. Cultivation, this thing was too easy for geniuses. There was simply no challenge. But concept's comprehension was different. There was simply no way to achieve it in one step. 10 days' time. Just what is it enough to use for? Yi Yuan unwittingly began to ruminate. Chapter 583. Mobilizing Strength of a True Dragon. Chapter 583. Mobilizing Strength of a True Dragon, the 8th level's difficulty could be said to have already reached Yi Yuan's limits. A fraction stronger, and Yi Yuan would likely be unable to bear it. But the difficulty of this 9th level was most likely not just a tiny bit harder than the 8th levels. With Yi Yuan's attainments in concepts, even he was unable to pa-s. Could it be that there were still people able to pa-s? It? Most likely, only unless it was those divine king powerhouses suppressing their cultivation to enter the vast heaven pag. Could there be a possibility of clearing it, right? Designing such a level that was impossible to clear, what on earth was the vast heaven pag? To owner thinking? Although it was to test talent and strength, sing the limits of geniuses would have no meaning at all, right? Yi Yuan could not help being at a loss. He ran over all of his trump cards and discovered that he completely could not see the hope of pa-s. Sing through. Just what does this black-clothed person want me to comprehend in seclusion here? Could it be? Yi Yuan suddenly had an inspiration and seemed to have thought of something. The black-clothed person said that what the coiling dragon heaven devastating palm used was the strength of a true dragon, and the power of a true dragon's strength was in existence on the same level as a supreme true intent. Supreme true intents required martial artists to go and comprehend, while true dragon's strength only needed powerful bloodline power. Yi Yuan refined the blood of a true dragon that was already about to evolve to divine beast level. The bloodline power was already very strong. If he used the strength of a true dragon to deal with the coiling dragon, heaven devastating palm. The black-clothed person even said that when the coiling dragon heaven devastating palm was trained to an extremely high level, it could practically shatter the firmament with force. The might of the power could be seen if he successfully cultivated this martial technique. Yi Yuan was quite excited just thinking about it. What the black-clothed person wanted to let him comprehend was definitely the coiling dragon heaven devastating palm. Figuring out the links in between this, Yi Yuan calmed down instead. How could him wanting to comprehend the coiling dragon heaven devastating palm be something that easy? 10 days' time. This black-clothed person is also thinking too highly of me. Yi Yuan said with a bitter smile, coiling dragon heaven devastating palm. The black-clothed person used it for a total of 2 times. Yi Yuan wanting to rely on his own impression to comprehend this martial technique. The degree of difficulty was too great. This was simply an impossible to complete mission, but Yi Yuan did not have the intention of giving up. He settled down to focus very quickly, carefully recollecting the black-clothed person's every action. Yi Yuan started to imitate the black-clothed person's actions and executed the coiling dragon heaven devastating palm. Rumble, a very feeble attack, without the least bit of threat at all. Yi Yuan even suspected whether or not this palm of his earlier could kill a sea transformation realm martial artist. Of course, this was only the beginning. This martial technique was so powerful, it was obviously not so easy to comprehend. 1 palm, 2 palms, 3 palms. In a flash, Yi Yuan unleashed 10 palms. But there was no progress at all. He attempted to copy the black-clothed person's movements, firing out the true dragon's strength. But he discovered that wanting to accomplish this was too difficult. Even though Yi Yuan had the strength of a true dragon inside his body, it was very hard to utilize. Even with flame movement, true dragon carnage, the true dragon strength he could mobilize was extremely little. The might of this move was primarily still depending on the scorching true intent. True dragon's strength only had the function of adding flowers to embroidery, and it was very challenging for Yi Yuan to want to use the coiling dragon, heaven-devastating palm to mobilize true dragon's strength. Firstly, he did not get to the bottom of the true dragon's strength's application method. Secondly, he was accustomed to using essence energy. It was very hard to adjust his habit right away. Odd. I still have no way of mobilizing the strength of a true dragon. Just how can it be done? Yi Yuan stopped to think for a bit and unleashed a palm once more. But he still could not find the feeling. Yi Yuan application of true dragon strength was like a piece of blank paper, not even knowing the rudiments. The black-clothed person looked at the Yi Yuan in the middle of nonstop attempts and could not help heaving a sigh and saying, This fellow actually set up such a perverse round. How are people going to clear it? True dragon strength is an extremely powerful bloodline power. Even the dragon race themselves have to put in tremendous amounts of effort to want to truly grasp the application method of bloodline power. How can a youth who just refined the strength of a true dragon possibly comprehend it? I seriously can't think of anyone else who can clear this perverse 9th level once Yi Yuan this punk fails. Turns out that this 9th level round was set up by the vast heaven pack. Oh, owner. Listening to the black-clothed person's meaning, clearly he himself did not understand this 9th level setting as well. Such a challenging round. Even martial artists, any more talented, could not possibly clear it either, right? To talk about comprehending supreme, true intent, the skeletal age restriction determined that it was impossible for the concepts and cultivation of the martial artists who enter to be very high. For so many years, Yi Yuan's concepts were one of the most freakish ones. But even with his current level, it was impossible to pass S through the 9th level as well. To talk about comprehending the strength of a true dragon, how could a youth who had just refined dragon blood possibly comprehend successfully in such a short time? To clear the 9th level, one must contend against the powerful with power. After refining dragon blood, it was to counter a true dragon strength with another true dragon strength. Otherwise, there were no chances of victory at all. Unless Yi Yuan could completely master a supreme true intent, or else he could only be a vanquished opponent of the coiling dragon heaven-devastating palm. But to Yi Yuan, true dragon strength was entirely foreign, and grasping the strength of a true dragon was only the first step. He still had to be able to execute the coiling dragon heaven-devastating palm before he had the qualifications to endure the final palm. 3 days pass, said in a twinkle. Yi Yuan had long given up on directly comprehending out the coiling dragon heaven-devastating palm. He was thinking of ways to mobilize true dragon strength, and right now, the only way he could mobilize true dragon strength was to employ the flame movement true dragon carnage. These 3 days, he had been using the flame movement true dragon carnage, constantly comprehending the application method of true dragon's strength unceasingly. Gradually, Yi Yuan finally got a bit of the knack to it. When he executed the flame movement True Dragon Carnage, it relied entirely on a kind of instinct to merge a trace of True Dragon's strength into the flame movement Carnage. However, he only just knew how, but not why. But now, he must find the reason why he could utilize the strength of a true dragon. These 3 days, he had been searching for this reason all along. Yi Yuan used the flame movement True Dragon Carnage over and over again, and finally found a tiny bit of reason. He discovered that the reason why he could mobilize the strength of a true dragon was because when he used the flame movement Carnage, his body's amplitude and the amplitude of the true dragon's strength achieved synchronization. That was when he could sense a trace of true dragon strength entering inside his meridians and be released along with the martial technique. Yi Yuan suddenly discovered a problem. That was that he still treated himself as a human all along. Hence, the true dragon strength within his body did not buy it at all, which was also to say that to want to draw on the strength of a true dragon, one must first of all turn themselves into a dragon, and not a person, using human martial artist methods to initiate a dragon race martial technique. This was naturally something nonsensical. Straightening out this point, everything was easy to handle. Yi Yuan sat down with his legs crossed and both eyes tightly shut. Inside his brain, he simulated the scene of when he executed the flame movement True Dragon Carnage endlessly. Gradually, the muscles in Yi Yuan's entire body started to convulse. This sort of convulsion became increasingly intense. Suddenly, Yi Yuan snapped open both eyes and pushed a palm out with all his might. A faint dragon roar emitted from the center of his palm. Seeing this scene, Yi Yuan revealed excitement on his face. Chapter 584. Advancing a Step, Endless Blue Skies. Chapter 584. Advancing a Step, Endless Blue Skies. 9th level. Yi Yuan, he entered the 9th level. He Serpa, S, said Leaf Fantion, becoming the number 1 person in these 10,000 years. Seeing Yi Yuan's name appear at the 9th level on the light screen, Guo Taochuan suddenly exclaimed. Ever since they knew that Yi Yuan entered the 8th level, these few people were no longer in the mood to be in close seclusion, especially when Yi Yuan actually stayed for 10 days at the 8th level. This whetted their appetite. 1, 'tis even more. Even Chi-Hai raised his head to look at the light screen every now, and then 2, wanting to see if Yi Yuan entered the 9th level or not. But Yi Yuan seemed to stagnate at the 8th level and did not have any activities all along. Guo Taochuan, they all simply talked it over. Each one of them took turn to keep watch daily to see if Yi Yuan entered the 9th level or not. All the way until today, Guo Taochuan finally saw Yi Yuan's name appear in the 9th level. With him crying out, everyone all stood up with a start. What the 9th level signified, these few people were all too clear. Not knowing when it started, Li Fantian's name had always been crowned with the T.I. of number 1 talent in 10,000 years. And now this T.I. was going to be crowned on Yi Yuan. Even though the endless world was just a small world, how many geniuses would be born in 10,000 years? Among these geniuses, there was no lack of some astounding to the max characters, such as the Grand Yen True Lord Lu Linfeng. But now, these so-called geniuses all had to bow their heads in submission at Yi Yuan's feet. These few former strongest people among the junior generation, witnessing this historical moment, the agitation and admiration in their hearts were naturally hard to express with words. Ever since Yi Yuan made it into the 8th level, these 4 people, including Lu Hong, already let go of all of their pride. Even if they were any more rampant and any prouder, they examined their consciousness and knew that it was impossible for them to make it to the 8th level, this sort of level, as well. The 5th level and the 8th level. The gap in between This could not be measured with distance. Now that Yi Yuan stepped into the final level, this already made them prostrate on all fours in admiration. Just as Chi-Hai said back then, maybe someday they would be proud because of following Yi Yuan. Even though it's just a legend, these last 3 levels difficulties are definitely what we can imagine. Yi Yuan, he could actually clear 2 rounds consecutively under such a difficulty level. Truly Astonies. I plus ing. Qin Yen said, back then, the Grand Yen true lord that Astonies. I plus ingly talented figure. Only made it into the 7th level. Yi Yuan charged into the 9th level now. His accomplishments at the minimum also won't be lower than his, right? Guitaochuan said, that's for certain. Since ancient times, there has never been anyone who made it into the 9th level. At least, Yi Yuan can't possibly be worse than Grand Yen true lord either. Qin Yen said, I wonder how many years Yi Yuan's legend will circulate in our endless world. I now feel that being his follower isn't anything bad. Perhaps after he ascends to the divine realm, we can be fowls and dogs riding on his coattails too. Guitaochuan said, Pooh, you're the fowl and dog. But right now, I really feel that Yi Yuan is somebody with a great destiny. Following by his side, we might receive endless benefits. Qin Yen said, by the side. Yin Yanhua nodded her head silently. Clearly, she very much approved of these words too. And even though Lu Hong did not speak, it could be seen from his expression as well that he already did not have any opinion about becoming Yi Yuan's follower. Chi-Hai did not speak all along, staring at the light screen blankly. It was also uncertain what he was thinking about. The 9th level's SPAC. The black-clothed person stared at Yi Yuan opposite and said with an emotional sigh, You finally still came here. I thought that you'd choose to quit. Yi Yuan said smilingly, I don't have the habit of giving up halfway. Do you feel that you can make it through this 9th level with your current strength? With your wit, you should be able to guess how powerful this palm will be. With your present strength, it's simply impossible to be able to pass it, and the outcome of failing to pass it is death. You're the most talented youth in these 10,000 years. Killing you personally, I can't really bear to, said the black-clothed person. The black-clothed person witnessed Yi Yuan's heaven-defying talent along the way. He was naturally unwilling to destroy such a genius in his heart. Ho-ho, how will one know without trying? Senior, make your move. Yi Yuan said indifferently without a care in this world. The black-clothed person kept quiet and did not speak. The reason why he judged that Yi Yuan could not clear the 9th level was actually that Yi Yuan did not do anything in the later 5 days. He meditated in seclusion at the 8th level for 5 days. Previously, Yi Yuan using 3 days to find the method to maneuver the strength of a true dragon. It truly astonished the black-clothed person for a bit. But what made him puzzled was that Yi Yuan actually meditated in seclusion the entire time in the later 5 days. Martial technique and comprehending concepts were different. The former needed one to constantly train, especially the dragon race's martial technique. It needed time to polish even more so. Yi Yuan did not think that he could clear the 9th level by being able to maneuver the strength of a true dragon, right? Maneuvering true dragon strength to unleash a palm, and using the coiling dragon heaven devastating palm to unleash a palm were 2 entirely different concepts. Or perhaps Yi Yuan was comprehending the coiling dragon heaven devastating palm during these 5 days, but he had no gains. No matter which angle one looked at, Yi Yuan did not have hopes of making it through the 9th level. I advise that you better give up. The coiling dragon heaven devastating palm ultimate palm. Although I'm only using 20% strength, it's also not what the current you can contend with. if you can comprehend the coiling dragon heaven devastating palm, then there's still hope. Although you can't score a victory, you at least have the strength to protect yourself. But you only comprehended the method to maneuver the strength of a true dragon, and have not learned the rudiments regarding the coiling dragon heaven devastating palm. It's simply impossible to survive. Musing briefly, the black-clothed person still exhorted him. It was not that the black-clothed person was pessimistic about Yi Yuan. On the contrary, he was too optimistic about Yi Yuan. But he was even clearer about the might of the coiling dragon heaven devastating palm. The might of this martial technique, Yi Yuan was simply unable to experience. The difficulty of this 9th level was too perverse. You should withdraw out of the vast heaven pack. Oh, first, you're still young. Come again to the vast heaven pack. Oh, after 10 years, this 9th level wouldn't be considered much to you either. At that time, you will be able to experience the feeling of an awe-inspiring view from a high place. Young man, sometimes take a step back, and it's endless blue skies, urged the black-clothed person. Yi Yuan looked at the black-clothed person and suddenly grinned and said, "Many thanks for senior's concern. But this 9th level, I still want a challenge. In my world, behind are all sheer precipices and overhanging rocks. Only in front of me, there are endless blue skies." It was not some heroic words, but the powerful self-confidence Yi Yuan exuded moved the black-clothed person visibly. Yet, the way the black-clothed person saw it, he was still unable to understand Yi Yuan's thinking. A step back, endless blue skies. This was the black-clothed person's understanding of life. But advancing a step, endless blue skies, this was Yi Yuan's understanding towards life. Regardless of whether it was the previous life or this life, there was no backing down. These two words in Yi Yuan's dictionary. Furthermore, to Yi Yuan, he truly could not wait for the next 10 years. 10 years were too long for Yi Yuan. Ha! You, this boy, are really quite different. However, this is you asking for it yourself. If you die in my hands, you mustn't have any grievances. Yi Yuan said with a smile, "No complaints nor regrets." Chapter 585, A Genius's Unyielding Pride. Chapter 585, A Genius's Unyielding Pride. Fine. Since it's like this, I'll fulfill your Wisconsin H. Plus, the black-clothed person finished talking. The entire 9th level S, P, A, C became dim. Now, it was only to see he lifted his palm up. An exceedingly violent aura spread out in all directions. A colossal azure dragon gradually became distinct, coiling around behind the black-clothed person, with its face showing savageness as it looked at Yi Yuan. Although he knew that this was just a Dharma idol, Yi Yuan still felt tremendous pressure. A fierce wind blew past, lifting the corner of Yi Yuan's sleeves. The palm force had yet to be released. There was already an imposing momentum that blotted out the skies and covered the earth, engulfing everything. This coiling dragon heaven devastating palm is hailed as able to shatter the firmament with force. Indeed, well deserving of its reputation. He suppressed his cultivation to the 8th level C transformation and only used 20% true dragon strength. This final palm actually has such power. This palm of the black-clothed person's was much more powerful than Yi Yuan imagined. The 9th levels and 8th levels difficulties were indeed not on the same level with this current level. No wonder the black-clothed person kept on urging him to withdraw out of the 9th level. This level of difficulty was really not an ordinary kind of freakies. H. Plus, he really did not know if this vast heaven pack, the owner was a psychopath or not, to actually set up such a level of difficulty as a hurdle. How could this possibly be cleared? Furthermore, without any doubt, this black-clothed person's true dragon strength was clearly already cultivated to an extremely high level. just 20% true dragon strength, could actually generate such a horrifying move. Yi Yuan stared at the black-clothed person without moving his gaze, mapping each one of his movements into his brain. Suddenly, a hint of a smile flashed across the corners of Yi Yuan's mouth. So that's how it is. He slowly closed his eyes. The muscles on his body started to shake with a kind of strange tempo. Yi Yuan learned from the black-clothed person's manner, lifting his palm and maneuvering the true dragon strength in his entire body. A faint phantom appeared behind Yi Yuan. It was actually a Dharma idol, Azure Dragon too. When the black-clothed person saw this scene, his pupils constricted, and his gaze revealed unbelievable shock. This boy, just how did he accomplish it? This is my first time casting the coiling dragon heaven devastating palm's ultimate palm. He actually learned it? How is this possible? At this moment, the astonishment in the black-clothed person's heart simply could not be described using words. He was really incapable of imagining how monstrous a talent could comprehend the coiling dragon, heaven-devastating palm in such a short time. There was actually such a heaven-defyingly talented youth in this world. The black-clothed already arrived at the critical juncture of casting his skills at this time. He forcefully suppressed the shock in his heart and continued casting the skill. Coiling dragon, heaven-devastating palm. Shattering stars. The black-clothed person gave a sharp cry. The Dharma idol true dragon was released with a roar. That momentum was truly startling heaven and earth and making G, O, DS, and ghosts weep. A Dharma idol true dragon flew towards Yi Yuan with baring its fangs and brandis. Plussing its claws. To be able to condense a Dharma idol, it indicated that the bloodline power was very strong. And a true dragon Dharma idol was all the more an extremely difficult Dharma idol to condense. Even in the true dragon race, very few people could condense it as well. Hence, this Azure Dragon before his eyes was on an entirely different level from the previous two levels. At this time, Yi Yuan snapped open both eyes, seemingly exerting all the strength in his body, plussing out the Dharma idol behind him. Compared to the black-clothed person's Dharma idol Azure Dragon, Yi Yuan's Dharma idol Azure Dragon was much more illusory and a size smaller too. Clearly, it was way lousier, but this was not the key. The critical thing was that a little rookie like Yi Yuan could actually condense a Dharma idol Azure Dragon. Rumble! Two Dharma idol Azure Dragon collided together fiercely. The shock wave produced practically affected the entire 9th level. The black-clothed person did not budge an inch in this tempest. Such an intense collision actually did not have any effect on him. But Yi Yuan could not. He directly vomited a large mouthful of blood, receiving a tremendous impact. If not that his current body went through the dragon blood's remolding and was already no longer what it was, this blow could claim his life. However, it was not over yet. The black-clothed person's Dharma idol Azure Dragon directly smashed Yi Yuan's Dharma idol and continued charging towards Yi Yuan. But the Dharma idol Azure Dragon at this time was only left with a faint image. Clearly, a large portion of the true dragon strength was expended. Myriad rain sword blades. Yi Yuan did not have the slightest hesitation. He forcefully suppressed the injuries on his body and maneuvered all the essence energy in his body, executing the myriad rain sword blades without holding anything back. Rumble! Another violent collision, but the commotion this time was far from as intense as before. Yi Yuan vomited a large mouthful of blood again, collapsing weakly onto the ground. Although the Dharma idol Azure Dragon only had a faint phantom left, the power was still extremely strong. Yi Yuan forcefully deployed essence energy under the circumstances where he was injured. It originally already caused his injuries to pile on. Suffering an intense impact Once more, he was already very weak at this time. However, the black-clothed person's Dharma idol azure dragon was completely exhausted by Yi Yuan in the end. The black-clothed person looked at this scene and was speechless for a long time. He finally still heaved a sigh and said, "I really have no way of imagining just how did you comprehend the coiling dragon, heaven-devastating palm. Such a pity. According to that fellow's requirements, you must stand up in the end. But you're heavily injured right now, and your essence energy depleted. Forget about standing up. Even moving a bit is probably impossible." The black-clothed person was indeed shocked, but he was incapable of going against the vast heaven pag. Oh, the owner's requirements. If Yi Yuan could not stand up, he would still fail in the end. But you don't need to feel sorry either. You've already done very well. Vast heaven pag. Oh, that doesn't forbid martial artists from entering a second time. With your talent, the 9th level would simply be unworthy of mentioning in front of you 10 years later. The black-clothed person consoled. Yi Yuan, lying on the ground, seemed to be stimulated and started to struggle to his feet. It's not over yet. Yi Yuan's fists clenched tightly as he used all the strength in the body, wanting to get up. The black-clothed person's expression changed. His judgment regarding Yi Yuan's injuries should not be wrong. Logically speaking, it was simply impossible for Yi Yuan to stand up. But this boy... Bang! Yi Yuan struggled a bit, but still fell to the ground again. Don't struggle anymore. You'll die if this continues. Admit defeat. The vast heaven pag. Oh, can treat your wounds. Seeing Yi Yuan being so stubborn, the black-clothed person could not help being quite worried as well. This coiling dragon, heaven-devastating palm's final palm was nothing to be trifled with. Yi Yuan had injuries piling on top of injuries right now. Even if his body had undergone the dragon blood's remolding, it already reached the limit too. Yi Yuan messing around like this would really be putting his life at risk. No, I can stand up, Yi Yuan said obstinately. He panted very heavily, like puffing bellows. Clearly, his body already reached the limit. Yet, he still stubbornly propped his body up and slowly got up. The black-clothed person was visibly moved looking at this scene too. He wished that he could go forward and give Yi Yuan a hand. But the black-clothed person knew that if he really did that, not only would Yi Yuan not thank him, he would hate him instead. Because that way would not only make Yi Yuan's challenge fail, it even trampled on Yi Yuan's dignity. This was a peerless genius's pride. Yi Yuan could die, but he absolutely did not need other people's charity. I finally understand why you want to set up such a stage. He and you are really alike. The black-clothed person murmured to himself. He seemed to have understood something. They were too similar. Chapter 586, Dragon Wave. Chapter 586, Dragon Wave Bang. Yi Yuan fell to the ground once more. This was already the 4th time he failed. During these attempts, his wounds were affected and became worse each time. He had vomited quite a few mouthfuls of blood. His complexion became increasingly paler, and his breathing progressively weaker. But he still stubbornly attempted to stand up once again. Arg! Yi Yuan used all the strength in his body to howl. This time, he finally stood up, but his 2 legs already did not have the slightest bit of strength. He stood up, and his legs went weak, and he almost fell down again. Only after staggering quite a few steps did Yi Yuan barely stabilize his figure. Huff! Huff! Yi Yuan was panting nonstop. He was already weary to the limit. His body kept on swaying, but did not fall down from start to finish. Seeing this scene, the black-clothed person's countenance finally changed. If it was said that he purely had the appreciation of a genius towards Yi Yuan previously at this moment, he was filled with admiration towards Yi Yuan. He had long seen through that Yi Yuan had already reached his limits. To be able to stand up, Yi Yuan relied entirely on one breath to forcefully hang in there. Without immense willpower, it simply could not be done. The black-clothed person came before Yi Yuan and said, "Boy, you're bound to be a world-shaking figure in the future. To be able to wait for you, my 50,000 years of bitter guarding this place were not in vain either." Yi Yuan paid no attention to him. He still swayed, constantly there, with his head lowered. And the black-clothed person suddenly discovered something amiss. Looking close, Yi Yuan actually had both eyes tightly shut. He had already fainted dead away. Seeing the situation, the black-clothed person gave a long sigh and beckoned with one hand. A beam of light shone down from the air, enveloping Yi Yuan inside. The aura on Yi Yuan's body was already very weak. If it were still not treated, he would really die. But the black-clothed person was really unable to imagine just what kind of willpower Yi Yuan relied on to stand up. The black-clothed person looked at the Yi Yuan in the middle of the light halo. His expression and emotion were complicated. How many years had it been since his emotions were so worked up? He waited for 50,000 years in his vast heaven pag. Oh, duh. Yet there was not a single one who could truly enter his sights. Several thousand years ago, when that youth called Li Fantian appeared before him, it finally made his eyes lit up. However, Li Fantian ultimately still could not make it through the 8th level. This even made him feel regret for a very long time back then. All the way until Yi Yuan's appearance. Finally, this youth gave him a real shock. In truth, back at the first 3 levels, the black-clothed person did not feel that Yi Yuan was much stronger than Li Fantian yet. But when Yi Yuan had the second perfect completion, the black-clothed person finally realized Yi Yuan's extraordinariness. Especially, Yi Yuan had refined the dragon blood. This gave him a tremendous impact. And now, the black-clothed person was filled with admiration towards this youth. This youth had talent, had willpower, and had lucky chances. Yi Yuan possessed virtually all the qualities to become a powerhouse. More importantly, he saw that person's shadow on Yi Yuan. Stubbornness, an unyielding spirit. All the way until this moment did the black-clothed person finally understand the purpose of the vast heaven pag. Oh, the owner setting up this 9th level hurdle. What this 9th level tested was not just comprehension abilities, it tested a person's character even more. Yi Yuan slowly opened both eyes and discovered that he was at an unknown S.P.A.C. You're awake? Here is the vast heaven pag. Oh, das Central S.P.A.C. You've already successfully cleared the 9th level, an aged voice said. Yi Yuan's eyes gradually focused. In his sight was a thin and emaciated old man. You're the black-clothed person? Yi Yuan hesitated for a moment and asked. This old man's appearance was very scary. The wrinkles on his face were practically bunching together, already looking very hideous. This old man is Long Tongue. Yi Yuan's expression changed, and he asked, could Senior be a member of the dragon race? Long Tongue's face revealed surprise, and he came to a realization right after, you, this boy, are indeed astute. However, this old man has never taken himself to be a member of the dragon race. Yi Yuan said with a smile, Senior's dragon race martial techniques are at the acme of perfection and also crowned with the surname of Long, Dragon. If I can't even guess this, then I'd also be too stupid. There were many people with the surname of Long, but to be able to cultivate the coiling dragon heaven-devastating palm, such a heaven-defying martial technique, to such a level, he was absolutely not an ordinary person. The Divine Realm's dragon race was a very powerful race. Yi Yuan naturally linked this old man in front of him to this race. It was just that from Long Tongue's words, one could also guess that his direct relations, H.I. plus P with the dragon race, was probably not that simple. Even though Yi Yuan was very curious, he did not plan on rashly posing questions either. This violated taboos greatly. Fine, lad. I'm very curious, just how did you comprehend the coiling dragon heaven-devastating palm? This period of time where Yi Yuan was unconscious, what Long Tongue could not figure out after racking his brains was this problem. One had to know that he spent far more than several thousand years of effort on this martial technique. But Yi Yuan only used a few short days and comprehended it. Furthermore, he knew that Yi Yuan did not re-he-r-s-e the palm art at all. He meditated in the 8th level the entire time. This was too strange. Yi Yuan smiled and said, the last 3 levels were all guarded with the coiling dragon heaven-devastating palm. Moreover, when Senior Long was using the move, you were very deliberate, as if intentionally letting me have a clear view. Then, the turning point to clearing the 9th level could naturally only be on this coiling dragon heaven-devastating palm. With this Long Tongue strength, that level of coiling dragon heaven-devastating palm at the 7th level and 8th level could only be to demonstrate the rudiments of the skill. Hearing Yi Yuan's words, Long Tongue nodded his head slightly and said, "You punk, such a keen mind. But these few days, I saw that you have been meditating all along, and did not re-he-r-s-e at all." Yi Yuan smiled and pointed at his head and said, "All of the rehearsing was all in here." Seeing Long Tongue's puzzled look, Yi Yuan continued, "Actually, after I found the method to maneuver true dragon strength, I've been pondering on how to grasp the coiling dragon heaven-devastating palm the entire time. Later on, I discovered that when Senior execute your moves, you will release a kind of special undulation at specific times. So I guess that the key to this coiling dragon heaven-devastating palm was here. And my seclusion these few days was constantly seeking this sort of undulation." Long Tongue's gaze turned intent, and he said in surprise, You can actually perceive Dragon Wave. Turns out that is called Dragon Wave. It's very appropriate. Yi Yuan said with a smile. Long Tongue sucked in a deep breath and said, "All of the dragon race's martial techniques are all released with Dragon Wave. It's just according to the differences in strength and weakness of the martial technique. The Dragon Wave's vibration frequency would be different. That's all. The coiling dragon heaven-devastating palm is an extremely powerful martial technique in the dragon race too. The magnitude of the Dragon Wave even reaches heaven rank. The first time you use Dragon Wave, you're actually able to infinitely approach heaven rank magnitude." But these words made Yi Yuan stunned. Is it very difficult?" Hearing these words, Long Tongue choked up, and the words at the back were forcefully swallowed back down. Seeing that conflicted face of Long Tongue's becoming even more troubled, Yi Yuan also realized that this seemed to be pretty hard. "Do you know how many years I used to cultivate Dragon Wave to heaven rank?" Long Tongue said with a black face. Yi Yuan replied weakly, 5 years? Long Tongue choked up again and almost could not breathe. He only recovered to his senses after some time and said to Yi Yuan with a glare, 100 years. Chapter 587, Final Inheritance. Chapter 587, Final Inheritance. Yi Yuan himself was very muddled as well. He only sought out the method to execute the coiling dragon heaven-devastating palm according to Long Tongue's demonstration. He completely did not know what was called Dragon Wave, and also did not know how hard Dragon Wave was to practice. It was only after hearing Long Tongue said, "So did Yi Yuan finally know why the other party had this sort of want to strangle him to death expression. This was the first time he used Dragon Wave, and it actually reached a standard of infinitely approaching heaven rank, while a pinnacle expert like Long Tongue actually used 100 years. Yi Yuan's expression was slightly awkward as he said, Senior Long, I'm a blind cat bee, you opinion to a dead rat. To really let me train, I'd probably need to train for 100 years too. Who knew that Long Tongue's face became black again? He billowed his beard and glared as he said huffily, Don't give this old man that C-R-A-P. Do you think that attaining heaven-rank dragon wave in 100 years is already very noob? Yi Yuan gave an awkward smile, but Long Tongue could tell what he thought from his expression too. When this old man was younger, I was known as the dragon race's #1 genius. For ordinary people to want to cultivate dragon wave to heaven rank, they need at least 300 years, if not 4. Forget it, not talking about those stale topics of conversation. Long Tongue said, and waved his hand. Cough, cough, Senior Long, I didn't mean that, Yi Yuan said Imbara. S. Sedley, forget it, forget it. What you mean do I still not know? You're a freak, but it doesn't mean that everyone is a freak. Let me tell you, this dragon wave is divided into 6 boundaries. Yellow rank, mystic rank, earth rank, heaven rank, spirit rank, and divine rank. Although your coiling dragon heaven devastating palm is nondescript, the dragon wave had indeed reached the boundary of peak earth rank. With this level, you cultivating the coiling dragon heaven devastating palm will yield twice the results with half the effort. Long Tongue said. Yi Yuan was completely ignorant about the dragon race's cultivation methods. Hearing Long Tongue's words at this time, he became interested. That nondescript, coiling dragon, heaven-devastating palm that he executed previously already reached that kind of power. Then how powerful did the true coiling dragon, heaven-devastating palm have to be? This point, one could tell by looking at the coiling dragon, heaven-devastating palm Long Tongue unleashed. Although Yi Yuan could not reach that level within a short time, if he learned it, then that would absolutely be one of his greatest trumps now. It would even surpass the myriad rain sword blades. Furthermore, hearing Long Tongue's meaning, he had decent talent in cultivating the dragon race's martial techniques. This moved Yi Yuan even more. One had to know that this coiling dragon, heaven-devastating palm cultivated to the highest level was absolutely not worse than supreme true intense. Senior Long, this coiling dragon heaven-devastating palm. Yi Yuan asked with a smile. Long Tongue gave an ugly smile and said, Relax, this coiling dragon heaven-devastating palm is one of the rewards for clearing the 9th level. If it's not taught to you, then what would I expend so much effort for? One of the rewards? Yi Yuan's eyes lit up. The coiling dragon heaven devastating palm was already a very formidable martial technique. At least with Yi Yuan's understanding, training this move to the pinnacle level was absolutely not worse compared to the spirit bristle 9 yang divine, art's 9 suns burning heaven. If this was just one of the rewards for clearing the 9th level, then what was the final reward? Long Tongue clearly guessed Yi Yuan's thoughts and said with a nod, That's right, this is just one of the rewards for clearing the 9th level. As for this final reward, aren't you very bright? You can make a guess. No idea where this old man's mood to play came from to actually play a guessing game with Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan was thrown into a daze by this old man too and started ruminating. After a dozen over breaths, Yi Yuan lifted his head abruptly and looked at Long Tongue with exceedingly doubtful eyes. Senior Long, it can't be. Yi Yuan did not quite dare to trust his own judgment himself. He had kept on thinking of how to clear these final 3 levels all along, so he simply did not think in this direction. But now, Long Tongue was being vague. Under Yi Yuan's contemplating, he thought of a certain possibility. Except this kind of possibility, even he himself did not quite dare believe it. But thinking it over and over again, only this possibility was the most likely to. Long Tongue looked at Yi Yuan and said with a smile, "It can't be what? Say it out for me to hear." Yi Yuan drew a deep breath and asked probingly, "Wie vast heaven pag?" "Oh, da?" Long Tongue shot Yi Yuan an approving look and said smilingly, "You only guessed half of it correctly. This ninth level's true reward is the vast heaven steel." "Vast heaven steel?" Yi Yuan said in surprise. In Yi Yuan's view, the vast heaven steel was just a part of the vast heaven pag. Oh, da. At the very most, it was just a very critical component. The reason why the vast heaven steel had the effect of aiding martial artists in enhancing their concepts was only that the vast heaven pag, though endowed it this ability. That's right. People all think that the vast heaven pag, though is a profound and mystical object, but don't know that this vast heaven pag, da's true core is the vast heaven steel and not this pag. This vast heaven pag, was actually only forged in order to conceal the vast heaven steel. Long Tongue said words which surprised Yi Yuan greatly. In Yi Yuan's understanding, the vast heaven steel was just a part of the vast heaven pag. The effects of the vast heaven steel were all granted by the vast heaven pag. But hearing Long Tongue's meaning, could it be that it was not like this? Seeing Yi Yuan's doubtful eyes, Long Tongue said coolly, "Let me tell you a story, then." Yi Yuan hurriedly said, "Pray tell." One could also know without the need to guess that this story was related to the vast heaven pag. And vast heaven steel's origins. Seeing Yi Yuan's knowledge-seeking appearance, Long Tongue nodded his head contently and started to talk tirelessly. The story happened over 50,000 years ago, and the main character of that story likewise appeared in the endless world. That youth was called Fong Tian. In an accident, he obtained a piece of rock. Ever since then, he started to soar up into the sky with a start, becoming this small world's king very quickly. After ascending to the divine realm, Fong Tian still advanced with rapid strides and songs on his lips, becoming a peak powerhouse in the divine realm very quickly. At that time, a heaven-defying treasure appeared in the divine realm. Its name was Vast Heaven Pag. Fong Tian relied on this treasure to roam the divine realm unhindered, undefeatable by anyone. Yet, the rise of a powerhouse was bound to be accompanied by blood and slaughter. During this process, Fong Tian rescued a severely wounded azure dragon on the verge of death in an accident arising from many causes. Ever since then, the one dragon and one human threw the entire divine realm into an upheaval. Finally, Fong Tian provoked an extremely powerful Fiend Path faction at that time, and this faction's strongest person was known as the Heavenly Fiendji. 50,000 years ago, a great paramount battle unfolded between Fong Tian and the Heavenly Fiendji. That battle could be said to astound heaven and earth and make DS and ghosts weep, throwing the entire divine realm into pandemonium. Except that both sides' battle concluded with both parties suffering great losses. The Heavenly Fiendji, fled with heavy injuries, his whereabouts unknown, while Fong Tian, with severe injuries, vanished from the divine realm ever since. Then 40,000 years later, a heaven-defying inheritance, SPAC, appeared in the endless world. That was the vast heaven inheritance. Ever since, countless geniuses fell over each other to enter the vast heaven inheritance, in hopes of obtaining the vast heaven pag. Das ultimate inheritance. It was just that the so-called geniuses in this small world were simply unable to complete the 9-level hurdles which the vast heaven pag. The owner set. All the way until today, Yi Yuan's appearance finally completed this task which body had ever accomplished before, obtaining the final inheritance. Chapter 588, Vast Heaven Pag. Das new owner. Chapter 588, Vast Heaven Pag. Oh, Das new owner. This story lasted for 50,000 years, all the way till today. Long Tongue said it very briefly, but Yi Yuan did not find it brief at all when he listened. Yi Yuan's knowledge and experience were far from this, so he could totally discern just how soul-stirring Long Tongue's sketched over contents were. Then Senior Fang Tian, Yi Yuan inquired. Long Tongue shook his head and said, "That fellow threw the vast heaven steel here, and his whereabouts became unknown. And I was afflicted with a deadly poison during that battle as well. That's why I turned into this manner. If not for hiding inside this vast heaven pag, I'd have already become a withered skeleton long ago." Yi Yuan nodded slightly. Looks like that great battle 50,000 years ago was really abnormally cruel. Even Long Tongue, this level of expert, ended up in this miserable state. Then Senior Fang Tian, was he a deity realm powerhouse? Yi Yuan carried some agitation as he asked, how can deity realm be so easy to reach? Under this stretch of heaven, it is already incapable of giving birth to deity realm powerhouses again. Long Tongue said with a sigh / Yi Yuan's expression changed, and he inquired, "May I ask, Senior, why is this so?" Long Tongue shook his head and said, "Divine realm powerhouses disappeared from the divine realm overnight. Since then, only legends of the divine realm was left behind. To talk about the reason, probably only they know it, right?" Hearing this answer, Yi Yuan was quite disappointed too. Deity realm was his life's aspiration, barely managed to see a trace of hope, and it was shattered again. But he was still unresigned as he said, "This vast heaven steel should exceed divine king standards, right? Furthermore, that vast heaven steel has an extraordinary background. Could it be that such an existence still couldn't reach the level of deity realm?" Long Tongue shook his head and said, "Can't reach. Deity realm is far more powerful than you imagine." Fang Tian thought that he already reached deity realm back then too, but later on, he discovered that that was simply not the case. Yi Yuan's expression changed and suddenly recalled the words that Father Ji Zhengyang said to him on his deathbed, because he obtained the medicine Di's soul canon when he was still living. His divine soul reached a very abstruse boundary. Could it be that for martial artist cultivation, there were still even stronger realms above divine king? The more Yi Yuan thought, the more baffled he became and felt that he was less and less able to see through this world. Long Tongue saw Yi Yuan's look of dilemma and said, smilingly, "No need to be bewildered on this sort of thing. You only have sea transformation realm strength right now. Thinking about this is a bit too distant. Being down to earth is still better." Yi Yuan was stunned and laughed in spite of himself as he said, "What Senior said is right." Yi Yuan was impetuous. "Senior Long, could your meaning previously be that this vast heaven steel will belong to me from now on?" "That's right." Long Tongue reached his hand out and beckoned. The vast heaven steel appeared before Yi Yuan. Before that fellow left, he already removed his own brand. You only have to drip your own blood essence on it, and you can refine it to acknowledge an owner. Long Tongue said. Yi Yuan was stupefied as he said, "So simple." And it's that simple. Logically speaking, such a heaven-defying treasure should be very hard to refine. But it's just this simple. When you grasp the vast heaven steel, you can control the vast heaven pag. But with your current realm, you can't unleash its power at all. Long Tongue said, no matter what, collect first before talking." Yi Yuan was not courteous either. He dripped a drop of blood essence on the vast heaven steel. The vast heaven steel immediately erupted with rays of brilliant light. Right at this moment, Yi Yuan felt that he had established a kind of inexplicable connection with the vast heaven steel. Evidently, he had already become this vast heaven steel's owner, except that Yi Yuan suddenly discovered that even though he became the vast heaven steel's owner, he was still utterly clueless about it. Even though you've dripped your blood and got it to acknowledge an owner now with your current realm, you're simply unable to deploy the vast heaven steel and vast heaven pag. Oh, duh. If you forcefully deploy them, you'll only be drained dry, Longton warned him. Yi Yuan could not help being speechless when he heard that. He said helplessly, "Then isn't it the same effect as not getting it?" Longton said with a laugh, "Of course it's different. With the vast heaven steel, you can enter inside the steel's SPAC to comprehend concepts at any time. This is a treatment that body is able to enjoy." Yi Yuan's eyes lit up. This vast heaven steel was absolutely a heaven-defying treasure to be able to aid martial artists in comprehending concepts. If he could meditate on the vast heaven steel as he wished, then Yi Yuan would really be taking the expressway. Yi Yuan suddenly thought of something and asked again, "Oh, right, can this vast heaven pag? Oh, to change the flow of time? You don't need to think about this. In order to slow down my aging, Fang Tian changed the flow of time around my physical body. The instant that you cleared the 9th level, the inheritance SPAC was also utterly destroyed already. Now, this vast heaven inheritance is no longer an inheritance item. It belongs to you. All right, I know that you still have many queries, but I'm unable to answer you one by one either. My exhaustion, the round clearing this time, is too great. I'm about to fall in a deep sleep right away." As he said, Longton fired out a seal, imprinting directly between Yi Yuan's eyebrows, and vanished. This is the coiling dragon, heaven devastating palm, and dragon waves cultivation methods. Train well. If you can enter the dragon race in the future, help me teach them a good lesson. Finished talking, Long Tongue directly disappeared right before Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan was not very surprised. He had long seen through that this Long Tongue was just an incarnation. His true physical body was still inside some SPAC within this vast heaven pag. Oh, duh. This Long Tongue being able to live up to 50,000 years, he was probably asleep the vast majority of the time. Of course, it definitely had a lot to do with Fang Tian changing the flow of time around him. Speaking of this Fang Tian, he was truly a world-shaking figure. His means were most likely transcendent, except that, sadly, it was unknown where he was at now. He might had even perished, and his Tao dissipated already. One had to admit that it was something which made people lament. He left both the vast heaven pag, and vast heaven steel here, all for the sake of seeking a successor. Looking from this, the possibility of him alive right now was probably very tiny already. All of a sudden, Yi Yuan's expression changed, and he came to a slant. This place seemed to be another world. It was not very different from the outside world. Both hands lightly forming a seal, a large group of people appeared before him. "Young Master Yi, young Master." Yuan Fei and Luer were both excited to see Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan rubbed Luer's head guiltily and said, "Luer, give young Master a bit more time. Young Master will be able to let you become like a normal person very soon." But Luer said without a care, as long as Luer can follow by young Master's side, Luer doesn't mind. Where is this place? So beautiful. Much better than inside that spatial spirit artifact. Yi Yuan said with a smile, "Do you like it?" Luer nodded her head obediently and excitedly. "Yes." "Hoo-hoo, then you and Yuan Fei, they all will stay here from now on. This is a treasure that young master newly acquired. This place, apart from having no people, it's already no different from the outside world. Yi Yuan said with a chuckle. Ah, really? Then that's really great. Luer said excitedly. Yi Yuan smiled. His gaze suddenly fixed onto white light, and he could not help being surprised. Chapter 589. For mighty followers, Chapter 589. For mighty followers, this little fellow fell asleep again, since who knew when unshakable by any circumstances. But Yi Yuan discovered to his surprise that white light actually already broke through to Tier 4, since goodness knows when. Young Master Yi, ever since white light refined that tiger bone, he has been in a deep sleep the entire time. He already broke through to Tier 4 the other day, and seems to be going to break through to middle stage Tier 4 soon. Middle stage Tier 4 was basically equivalent to late stage C transformation already. Yi Yuan only broke through to late stage C transformation when he obtained the vast heaven pag. Oh, das inheritance. To think that this little fellow used such a method to break through again, truly making others envied this little fellow to death. Looks like that tiger bone was very beneficial to white light. No wonder he was so agitated back then. Just let him break through here, then. I have to stay here to enter a retreat for several days as well. If you guys have any matter, just face the void and call for me will do, Yi Yuan said. Yi Yuan has already entered the 9th level for quite a few days. Why isn't there any activities until now? Something wouldn't have happened, right? What Tao Chuan said. You jinx. Yi Yuan is somebody with a great destiny. Since he already made it to the 9th level, how can a problem possibly occur? Qin Yen spat. Haha, that's true. Aren't I being worried here? It's Yi Yuan. He's out. What Tao Chuan suddenly said agitatedly. Everyone was shocked and hurriedly turned out to look. Indeed, they saw Yi Yuan coming out from the vast heaven pag. Oh, duh. Right at this time, the 5 people saw a scene that they found unforgettable in this lifetime. The originally towering into the clouds vast heaven pag. Oh, it was actually rapidly shrinking at a speed visible to the naked eye. Very soon, as pag. Oh, it became like a small and exquisite pag. Oh, lying in Yi Yuan's palm. This. What happened here? Why did the vast heaven pag? Oh, to become like this? Guo Taochuan watched this scene and was shocked until his jaw nearly fell off. In a twinkle, Yi Yuan arrived before the few of them. Qi Hai was the first to recover to his senses from the shock and looked at Yi Yuan with a face full of disbelief as he said, Why, Yi Yuan, you... Yi Yuan said smilingly, Old Hai, from today onwards, this endless world will no longer have the vast heaven pag. Oh, do inheritance. This matter is of utmost importance. The few of you, please help to keep this secret for me. Although Yi Yuan said it with a consulting tone, the powerful aura emitting off his body made the other 4 people's expressions tighten. Just the aura Yi Yuan was emitting made them unable to give rise to feelings of resistance. These few people were all proud children of heaven, among those in the same generation. How could there possibly be people who could make them produce this sort of emotion? Looking at him again, Yi Yuan was actually already at the 8th level C transformation realm. This shock was by no means insignificant. If it were an ordinary 8th level C transformation, it would not enter their sights at all. But these few people were deeply aware of what Yi Yuan breaking through to the 8th level C transformation signified. Rest A.S. Assured. We won't say it out. The 4 people said in unison. Qi Hai voiced out and said, Relax. The 4 of them won't say it out. Yi Yuan nodded and said, If this matter leaks out, I'll find you guys to settle scores. Also, vast heaven pag. Oh, detached from the ground and flew off on its own. Got it. The four people nodded and said, understood. Following Yi Yuan's power increasing with each day, his imposing momentum of a past sovereign gradually projected out too, making people submit. Actually, regarding these few people's instructions, he was just making provisions for contingencies, afraid that their tongues would wag. 10 years later, when the vast heaven mystic realm really opened up once more, Yi Yuan would probably long already not be in the endless world. Who cares about the surging flood by then? Yi Yuan nodded, and no longer bothered with those four. Looking around, he asked Chi Hai, Old Hai, what's with this? Chi Hai briefly recounted the situation, making Yi Yuan's eyebrows furrow slightly when he heard. I previously already suspected that Zhao Tianin has impure motives. Looking at it now, whatever for the sake of the fierce-scale world martial artist welfare, it's simply rubbish. Plus, Yi Yuan smelled the thick scent of a conspiracy from the Ma's sacring of cities this incident. And I think so too. It's just, we have no idea what the fierce-scale world is doing this for. Chi Hai said, forget about him. A fox's tail will be revealed one day. Yi Yuan said disdainfully. Chi Hai nodded and said, now we can only wait and see. Yi Yuan, what's with this vast heaven pag? Oh, da? Yi Yuan said smilingly, I cleared the 9th level, and this vast heaven pag. Oh, da's final reward is the vast heaven pag. Oh, do itself. Yi Yuan briefly recounted the process of clearing the rounds, but left out some crucial information in between. But even so, the 5 people, including Chi Hai, felt their hearts quiver from excitement when they heard too, especially those 4 youngsters. Their gazes when looking at Yi Yuan currently were filled with admiration. Yi Yuan's age was much younger than theirs, but the achievements he clinched made them look up to him. The vast heaven pag, has stood for tens of thousands of years. To think that it was actually for the sake of selecting a new master. It's just that even if one new, probably body can accomplish it either. Yi Yuan, as the saying goes, the greater the power, the greater the responsibility. Our endless world's hope is all on you, Chi Hai said solemnly. Yi Yuan said coolly, Old Hai rest, assured. Zhao Tianin, and I will ultimately have a battle one day. Furthermore, my family and friends are all in the endless world. It's naturally impossible to watch them seek their doom. Sively, hearing Yi Yuan's words, Chi Hai was secretly fearful inside. What on earth did Yi Yuan experience during the fierce-scale world trip to actually give rise to such a huge grudge with that boundless realm powerhouse? But if Yi Yuan had a conflict with the fierce-scale world's realm lord before, how did he escape? This Yi Yuan was indeed full of riddles all over. But to Chi Hai, this was enough. Yi Yuan, I took the liberty to make the decision to keep the 4 of them behind. If you like them, then let them stay to be your followers. If you don't take fancy on them, I'll send them away right now. Chi Hai said. Yi Yuan was slightly surprised as he said, the few of them to be my followers? This isn't appropriate, right? These few people were all extremely haughty characters. Putting them by his side to be followers, he did not have the luck to enjoy it. Nothing inappropriate about it. Seeing your performance in the vast heaven pag. They had long already straightened out their own positions. If they have any disrespect to you in the future, you can make them get lost at any time. Chi Hai said it very sternly, but his gaze looked towards the 4 people. The 4 people understood the meaning and hurriedly said, Us 4 are willing to follow by Lord Yi Yuan's side, following on the heels of your excellency. Yi Yuan briefly swept a glance over the 4, but did not agree right away. When Chi Hai saw the situation, he quickly said, Yi Yuan, my intentions, I believe that you're very clear as well. The realm Pa-S, Sageway is about to be completely linked up soon. The war between the two worlds might last for a very long time. The four of them are all the endless world's future pillars of society. I want to place them by your side to experience and toughen up. Yi Yuan mused for a moment and said with a nod, "All right then, since Old Hai said it to such an extent, I'd be too unreasonable if I disagree as well. But I'll say the nasty stuff first, following by my side. Everything you have to listen to me. If anybody wants to throw a young master's tantrum, I won't be courteous." The four people were overjoyed when they heard and said, "Yes, Lord Yi Yuan." Chapter 590, Utterly Routed. Chapter 590. Utterly routed Wufang City was the Endless Alliance's headquarters right now, after returning from the vast Heaven Pag. The various sects leaders all gathered here, organizing the entire Endless Alliance martial artists. And right now, inside City Lord Manor was a complete mess. Are your Black Flame sect members all a bunch of pigs? The Fierce Gale World's numbers were half of yours, and you guys actually didn't even persist for 3 days. Stop making cynical remarks here. Talked as if your Heavenly Eagle sect is so impressive. Didn't you guys just persist for 1 day more than us? Persevering a day more is also persevering. Do you know how many of our Heavenly Eagle sect's people died for the sake of this 1 day? Unlike your Black Flame sect, immediately withdrawing once you saw that the situation was bad. Pooh, who withdrew immediately? The great battle this time. Many of our elders died, and our loss is grievous. If you say any more rubbish, this old man won't be finished with you. Another sect's heavyweight was just about to speak when Qin Hongtao, who had long been exasperated, already roared furiously, "All shut your mouths for this old man. The Fierce Gale World's 5-way Great Army is already gradually closing in on Crimson Light City. Once Crimson Light City is captured, it will be a flat stretch of land at the back. It will be immensely detrimental to our Endless Alliance. You guys are actually still in the mood to bicker here." With him roaring, everyone all kept quiet. Right now, the Fierce Gale World was akin to autumn wind sweeping away fallen leaves, sweeping across the entire Endless World's southeastern side. Right now, once the Endless World's martial artists heard the Fierce Gale World's name, it could be said to be trembling with fear upon hearing. The Fierce Gale World did not seem to be anxious in expanding outwards, but every area they have been to, the butcher's knife would surely be raised up, killing off all of the martial artists. Hence, places where the Fierce Gale World's great army Pa-S said through, the Endless World martial artists were all utterly routed. Now, large numbers of the southeastern area martial artists all escaped to Crimson Light City. And this Crimson Light City was an extremely crucial strategic Pa-S. Once it was occupied by the Fierce Gale World, the Endless World would become very Pa-S Civ. Alliance Chief Ning Yixian sat at the helm, his brows knitted tightly as if he did not hear those few people's arguing. It was also unknown what he was thinking about. At this time, seeing the group of people quieten down, Ning Yixian finally said slowly, "I won't talk more about Crimson Light City's importance. Crimson Light City's city lord, Su Hu, has already sent an emergency request for assistance to the Alliance to request for the Alliance to send people forward to reinforce. I wonder if there's anybody that all of you can recommend?" The group of old ancestors exchanged glances, their faces all showing hesitation. But Body was willing to make a sound. Right now, mutual hostilities had already gradually developed in full swing, but both parties still maintained that final trace of restraint. Both parties' divine traversing realm powerhouses had not joined the battles yet. Once divine traversing realm experts Partik, 1P, aided in the fights, It would signify that the war would escalate overall. Both sides' 0 hour would also not be far. These several old ancestors had already sent out considerable strength to clash head-on with the fierce Gale world. But the frontal battlefields were all cruce, plussing defeats. This made them treasure their own strength even more, unwilling to send people for the front lines. Humph! Our 3 sects have already sent out elite forces to the southeastern 4 cities. Us few old fellows didn't even say anything, and each and every one of you guys is frightened, seeing that these people still wish to conserve strength at this time. That icy cold Jing Xian finally flew off the handle. The other sect's old ancestors were all silent as cicadas in cold weather. No one dared to make a sound. Jing Xian would not speak under normal circumstances, but once she spoke, that weight was rather heavy. Although the alliance was founded, the endless worlds these few sects still had their own interests and legacies to preserve in the end. How could they bear to let their own people go to their deaths? Ning Yixian swept a glance over everyone and said indifferently, "All not speaking, right? Then I'll name the names." All of a sudden, the entire Assembly Hall's atmosphere tensed up. Ning Yixian's gaze swept over everyone's faces one by one. With each people it swept to, their breathing would become nervous. Ning Yixian finally fixed his gaze on that Black Flame sect's old ancestor who spoke previously. That person immediately felt his scalp tingle. This Crimson Light City was a hot potato. It was virtually a mission with little chance of returning, sending their Black Flame sect people over. How could they still return? Just as the Black Flame sect's old ancestor had a look of bitterness, suddenly a servant came in to send word. Alliance Chief, Lord Yi Yuan, has already returned. He's currently outside the hall, right now. Ning Yixian stood up in a flash and said, Quickly invite him inside." Black Flame sect's old ancestor only heaved a long sigh in relief when he saw Ning Yixian's expression. No matter what, this round at present was considered pas said. Before long, Yi Yuan brought Lu Hong, the 4 of them, and slowly entered the Assembly Hall. Ning Yixian's gaze locked onto Yi Yuan firmly, his gaze revealing astonishment. "Alliance chiefs, are you all well?" Yi Yuan said. Ning Yixian came back to his senses. Grabbing hold of Yi Yuan's arm, he said in delight, "Younger brother Yi Yuan, this improvement speed of yours is too exaggerated. Before entering the vast heaven pag, you were only 2nd level C transformation. Not even a month's time has said, and you actually already broke through to 8th level C transformation. Truly giving elder brother, a shock." The originally tense atmosphere in the hall was thoroughly broken by Yi Yuan's return, letting them all loosen up considerably. Yet, only at this time when they heard Ning Yixian say, so did everyone finally startle awake abruptly, taking part in the trial once, less than a month's time from start to finish, and actually broke through 6 boundaries all at once. This was also too exaggerated, but Yi Yuan said carelessly, "Ho-Hu obtained some lucky chances in the vast heaven pag. Oh, duh. That's why I had some breakthroughs." Ning Yixian's expression became nervous as he asked, "Which level did younger brother Yi reach in the end?" With him asking, everyone perked their ears up. They were all very curious what level Yi Yuan reached in the end. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "The 8th level." The sound of drawing in cold breaths immediately sounded out inside the Assembly Hall. This isn't a joke, right? The 8th level. In these 10,000 years, only one person made it to the 8th level. Doesn't that mean that Yi Yuan is on par with the number 1 genius in 10,000 years? My G. Oh, D, this is also too inconceivable. Do you guys think that he is bragging? The 7th level is already very heaven-defying. The 8th level. Brag your head. Before Yi Yuan came out, he had 2 consecutive perfect completions. Making it to the 8th level is fame following credit, right? Furthermore, with Old Hai and those 4 great geniuses present, this sort of lie would be exposed straight away, okay? How could they know that Yi Yuan was not boasting, but was too reserved? Ning Yixian said in excitement when he heard that younger brother Yi is truly a genius among geniuses, to actually have even greater talent than the Grand Yen True Lord several thousand years ago. Congratulations, younger brother! With younger brother's talent, ascending to the divine realm will be close at hand. Yi Yuan smiled and said, rice has to be eaten mouthful by mouthful. I'm only see transformation realm right now. There's still a very long way to go before ascension. Hearing these words, Ning Yixian's appraisal of Yi Yuan in his heart grew considerably. Compared to Guo Taochuan, although Yi Yuan was young, he was much more level-headed. Oh, right, there's something that I want to tell everybody. Everyone has to be mentally prepared. The vast heaven pag, is already gone. Chapter 591, Taking the Initiative to Volunteer. Chapter 591, Taking the Initiative to Volunteer. What did you say? The vast heaven pag, is gone? Qin Hong Tao nearly jumped up. Ning Yixian and Jing Xian's expressions changed drastically too. Their gazes looked towards Yi Yuan heatedly, waiting for his explanation. In contrast, although the others present there were also shocked, their reactions were not as exaggerated as Ning Yixian, the 3 of them. There was even a bit of gloating over others' misfortunes in the eyes of a small portion of the people. After all, the vast heaven pag, to belong to the 3 sects, whether it disappeared or not, did not have too big a relation with them. Grandfather, not long after Yi Yuan came out, and we were just about to leave the vast heaven mystic realm, all of a sudden the earth trembled and the mountains swayed. The vast heaven mystic realm actually detached from the ground and flew away. Qin Yen spoke before the others could. Ning Yixian and Jing Xian both looked at their disciples. Guo Taochuan and Yin Yanhua both nodded slightly, the 3 great head disciples testifying together. The convincingness was already rather strong. After a long while, Ning Yixian finally heaved a sigh and said, forget it. It's also not what we can control. At the moment, it's not the time to pursue this either. Let's continue discussing how to resolve the matter of Crimson Light City. Yi Yuan, you came back just in time. The fierce Gale world has been advancing all the way like splitting bamboo, and they already fought until almost reaching Crimson Light City. You come up with ideas too. Oh yeah, where's Old Hai? Yi Yuan gave a slight smile and said, Old Hai said that he had other matters. You make the call here, will do. As he was talking, Yi Yuan sat down at the seat closest to the right-hand seat, while Lu Hong, the 4 of them, actually followed and stood behind him, rather like followers. The 4 people's actions made all the old ancestors greatly surprised. These 4 people's statuses were extremely high. Even when compared to some sex divine, traversing realm elders, they were about the same too, because with these 4 people's talents, they were bound to become divine traversing realms in the future, even peak divine traversing realm experts. These 4 people actually stood behind Yi Yuan like underlings. The astonishment in their hearts could be imagined. Ning Yixian trio faintly had some guesses, but did not change their expressions, treating it like they did not see it. As for the others, they all knew that Qi Hai kept these 4 people behind independently, but did not know why such a sight would appear now. Ahem. Ning Yixian coughed lightly and said, younger brother Yi is able and resourceful. Since he came back as well, I'll briefly explain the current northern domain situation for him, and let him give ideas too. Yi Yuan was not courteous, and said with a nod, I'll have to trouble Alliance Chief Ning to let the Endless Alliance's Alliance Chief personally repeat the war situation. Yi Yuan could also be considered a special one. Although Yi Yuan was still Sea Transformation Realm, among the people present, there was already an body who saw him as a junior anymore. This young man's potential was too great. Even though several thousand years had said, the Grand Yen True Lord's name was still very resounding. Yi Yuan walked even further in the vast heaven pag. Than the Grand Yen True Lord. One could imagine just how great his future accomplishments would be. Furthermore, behind Yi Yuan still stood leviathans like Wufang City and Qihai, unless one could kill Yi Yuan soundlessly. Otherwise, he was bound to be a D-like figure in the endless world in the future. These old ancestors were not fools. How could they possibly do something like digging their own graves? Ning Yixian did not find it troublesome either, roughly repeating the current situation. Yi Yuan did not speak. He just listened the whole time quietly, although what Ning Yixian said was not considered detailed. Yi Yuan discerned that the endless world was currently in a very unfavorable situation right now too. Moreover, from the information that Ning Yixian revealed by accident, Yi Yuan discovered that these heavyweights still underestimated the fierce-scale world's martial artists, resulting in immensely grievous losses. These old ancestors each had selfish motives. How could they band together like strands of rope to resist the fierce-scale world? Actually, this sort of situation, Yi Yuan had long predicted it. He was naturally not surprised either. Younger brother Yi Yuan, I wonder what views you have regarding the present war situation. In the end, Ning Yixian asked Yi Yuan for advice. Everyone's gaze focused on Yi Yuan, all wanting to hear his thoughts. Fighting a month's war with the fierce-scale world muddle-headedly, other than knowing that the fierce-scale world martial artists were very strong, these people really did not know much about other information. Each time fierce-scale world martial artists reached a place, not even fowls and dogs would be left. There was simply not much information transmitted out. Hence, while the Endless Alliance looked to be powerful, they actually have not really fought in close quarters much with the fierce-scale world up until now. But Crimson Light City's situation at present did not permit the Endless Alliance to shrink back anymore. Yi Yuan mused for a moment and said coolly, Crimson Light City, this battle must be fought no matter what. Ning Yixian was not surprised. He nodded and said, I think so too. I was just about to send the Black Flame sect to go and assist, and you came back. Black Flame sect's old ancestors' heart thumped as he thought to himself, it's here again. At this time now, if anyone were to step forward to sing a different tune, then that person would be the entire Endless World's public enemy. He would come to no good end. Yi Yuan shot an indifferent glance at the Black Flame sect old ancestor's expression and shook his head and said, I'll go. Everyone was first stunned, then taken aback. This action of Yi Yuan's seriously exceeded everyone's expectations. This isn't appropriate, right? Ning Yixian said hesitantly. Yi Yuan was Run Xingchuan's grandson, and a junior that Qihai regarded highly, and more so, the Endless World's future hope. Such an important character. How could he possibly go to the front lines personally to fight in the war? Furthermore, it was going to the most dangerous place. The fierce Gale World's five-way great army had besieged Crimson Light City. It was the place in the most desperate situation among all the front lines. The fierce Gale World was so powerful. How could Crimson Light City be that easy to defend? What if Yi Yuan died there? Rin Xingchuan and Qihai would both fly off the handle. But Yi Yuan said coolly, nothing inappropriate about it. Crimson Light City mustn't be lost. Once it's lost, half of the northern domain will be lost too. At that time, the people will be plunged into misery and suffering. None of us can shoulder this responsibility. Furthermore, the fierce Gale World's five-way Great Army has already surrounded Crimson Light City until not a drop of water can leak through right now. Once the city is breached, countless martial artists will suffer. So no matter what, Crimson Light City has to be defended. I see that everyone doesn't have the intention of going. Then what's wrong with me going? You all don't need to be worried about Old Man Ren and Old High. My matters, I'll make the call myself. When something happens, they won't find you. Having their thoughts exposed by Yi Yuan, Ning Yixian said rather awkwardly, "Younger brother Yi, you're mistaken. You're our endless world's hope. What you need to do now should be to increase your strength as fast as possible. Risking danger yourself isn't a wise move." Yi Yuan said smilingly, "What can increase strength faster than fighting? All right, my decision is set. Lord Alliance Chief, there is no need to argue on this. All right then. I'll send more experts to follow you. At that time, there will be people to look after too. If the matter can't be accomplished, you still have to do your best to protect yourself. In my eyes, 10 Crimson Light cities are not as important as one Yi Yuan." Ning Yixian said firmly. This was not Ning Yixian saying flattery. Ever since knowing that Yi Yuan made it to the 8th level, his view was already the same as Qi Hai. Whether the endless world could drive back the fierce Gale World or not might fall onto Yi Yuan, who knew that Yi Yuan waved his hand and said, "No need. Just need the 4 of them to follow me will do." Chapter 592, Bidding Farewell. Chapter 592, Bidding Farewell. Just the 5 of them go? What's the difference from body going? What can 5 people do? Yi Yuan, his strength is strong, but when placed among thousands upon thousands of soldiers and horses, it probably won't have any much impact either, right? It can't be that after making it to the vast Heaven Pag, does 8th level, he doesn't know what's his own surname already, right? No matter how powerful he is now, he's merely just a sea transformation realm. Even if he can cross boundaries to battle, the Soul Sea realms in Crimson Light City are as many as carps crossing the river. Just the peak Soul Sea realm martial artists are not in the minority too. With Yi Yuan saying this, below immediately discussed animatedly. Although everybody had long accepted Yi Yuan's might, the war between 2 worlds and individual battles were a whole other thing. Regardless of how powerful the martial artist, when placed among thousands of martial artists, it was still insignificant. Even peak divine traversing realm powerhouses could not endure the exhaustion of large numbers of martial artists too. Yi Yuan saying to use the 5 of them to go there and assist. Wasn't this a joke? Yi Yuan, one mustn't act without due consideration. I know that you're very confident in yourself, but Crimson Light City's situation now is very unfavorable. It's best for you to bring some more people along. The 5 of you going simply makes no difference to the war situation at all. Ning Yixian urged earnestly. Yi Yuan said with a smile, "This trip, I have a pretty clear idea in mind. Having more people will be inconvenient instead. Lord Alliance Chief rest. Assured, Yi Yuan absolutely won't treat his own life as a joke. However, there are a few things that I hope Alliance Chief will promise me." Seeing Yi Yuan very persistent appearance, Ning Yixian knew that he could not sway him either and could only say, "Just say those things you need." Yi Yuan nodded and said, most of the cities in the vicinity of Crimson Light City had already fallen. It has pretty much become a lone city already. But behind Crimson Light City, there are still 2 important cities. One is Fair Sun City, the other Perpetual Peace City. if the fierce Gale world's great army fails to conquer Crimson Light City for a long time, it's very likely to leave Crimson Light City aside to go and attack those two cities. These two cities must be guarded heavily. Once something happens, Crimson Light City will completely fall into the fierce Gale world's scope of influence. Then it will really be a lone city. Ning Yixian nodded and said, I got it. What else is there? Additionally, prepare a batch of medicinal herbs for me. I have a use for it. As for the specifics of what medicinal herbs to prepare, I'll send people to deliver here later. It must be prepared completely before tomorrow morning. Yi Yuan said, the Alliance's alchemy arrangements are all in charge by City Lord Ren. However many medicinal herbs you require, just directly get them from him will do, Ning Yixian said. Yi Yuan waved his hand and said, I won't go through that trouble. Some that he's very busy right now, too. All right, Yi Yuan still hasn't paid respects to parents after returning to Wufang City. I'll head back to City Lord Manor first. Finished talking, he said to the four people behind, You three stay behind for the time being. Lu Hong, follow me back to City Lord Manor. Tomorrow morning, the three of you bring the medicinal herbs and gather at City Lord Manor's entrance. Yes, the four people acknowledged his words. Leaving behind Qin Yan Trio was naturally for the sake of letting them bid farewell to their family elders. From now onwards, they would have the ident, ties of being his followers, and not those proud children of heaven enjoying myriad of adorations in the past. After Yi Yuan left, this meeting had no way of continuing either. Originally, they were discussing who to send to Crimson Light City. Who knew that Yi Yuan actually charged out and directly took on this assignment, especially the Black Flame Sect's old ancestor, who was secretly whistling lucky at this time, and had some grat. 2 towards Yi Yuan. Ning Yixian made a few more arrangements, and then let these old ancestors go prepare by themselves. After everyone all dispersed, Qin Hongtao's face fell as he asked Qin Yan, Yenner, what actually happened to the vast heaven pag? Oh, da? Qin Hongtao's expression was unkind. Clearly, he really got angry at this grandson of his. His own grandson was actually helping outsiders to deceive him. This was something that he could not tolerate. Although Ning Yixian and Jing Xian did not speak, they clearly did not believe the words Qin Yan Trio said either. The vast heaven pag. Had already stood there firmly for tens of thousands of years already. If there weren't any special circumstances, how could it possibly fly away by itself without rhyme or reason? Seeing Qin Hongtao flare up, Qin Hongtao did not have any surprised look. Grandfather, calm your anger. Grandson is not deceiving intentionally. It's truly inadvisable to be high profile at this time. Actually, the vast heaven pag, didn't fly off by itself, but was collected by Yi Yuan. From now on, the vast heaven pag, belongs to Yi Yuan alone. Qin Yan took his time to recount the events of Yi Yuan clearing the 9th level and collecting the vast heaven pag. Shocking the 3 old ancestors to their core. Even if they had thought of innumerable possibilities, they did not expect that this vast heaven pag, was actually the reward for clearing the 9th level either. The 3 people only recovered from their shock after taking a very long time. But right now, the 3 of their faces all had looks of dilemma. The vast heaven pag, was originally their 3 sexes' object. But now, it was appropriated by Yi Yuan for himself. This was something that they were unable to tolerate. The vast heaven pag, was an immensely valuable fortune. How could it be gone just like this? But Guo Taochuan heaved a sigh and said, Old ancestor, don't be thinking too much. Hai made me bring a few words to you all. Ning Yixian's expression became intent as he said with a nod, Speak. Old Hai said, "The vast heaven pag. Oh, there is just a dead object. Placing it there, you all can't even make it through the 6th level. But Yi Yuan is somebody with a great destiny. The 4 of us following him will receive endless benefits. With him around, the endless world won't perish. H. Plus don't think about harming Yi Yuan. Otherwise, he'll go to the 3 sects personally to find you guys and have a discussion. The urgent matter on hand is to integrate the various sects' strength to cope with the fierce Gale World's invasion." Qin Yan said slowly. Qin Yan's words made the 3 old ancestors' hearts tensed up. Qi Hai seemed to have long guessed what they were thinking. That was why he instructed these 3 juniors to relay his words. Furthermore, even though he was not in the alliance, his guess was not far off the mark regarding the alliance's matters. He knew that right now they were still a pile of loose sand. This warning could not be said to not be severe. If the 3 of them really dare to act rashly without careful thought, Old Hai might really do something. Ning Yixian was the most prudent and already broke out from that sort of restless emotion earlier. He looked at Guotaochuan and said, "Are the 3 of you already prepared to follow wherever Yi Yuan goes?" Guotaochuan suddenly kneeled and did a kowtow towards Ning Yixian, saying in a solemn voice, "Taochuan is a heavenly martial sect member in life and a heavenly martial sect's ghost in death. In the future, when I have some accomplishments, Taochuan will definitely bring the heavenly martial sect to greater heights, becoming my endless world's #1 faction. From the moment Yi Yuan came out of the pag. Oh, Taochuan knew that he's a target whom I'm unable to surpa. S all my life. Following him, perhaps I can obtain unimaginable achievements." Ning Yixian looked at Guotaochuan with a complicated look. He only gave a long sigh after some time and said, forget it, you go then. But I hope that you'll remember today's words. Don't let me down." Guotaochuan said with a steadfast gaze, "Old ancestor rest, assured." Guotaochuan absolutely dare not to forget. Qin Hongtao looked at his own grandson and said helplessly, "Seems like you have this idea too?" Qin Yan nodded and gave Qin Hongtao a solemn kneel. Yin Yanhua imitated the 2 as well, paying obeisance to Jing Xian. Chapter 593, The First Hand Seal. Chapter 593, The First Hand Seal. City Lord Manor was also a scene of bustle right now. Following the war between 2 worlds drawing back the curtains, the front-line martial artists' demand for medicinal pills skyrocketed too. Rin Xingchuan has been leading the pill refinements all along these days, and did not partake 1p8 even in the upper echelons meetings. Yi Yuan went to pay respects to his parents. What surprised him was that his mother, Run Hongling, was actually cultivating in closed seclusion. Instead, it was his father who was idle. He only knew after asking that ever since Ren Hongling regained essence energy, she started to cultivate frenziedly. In this period of time where Yi Yuan was at the vast heaven mystic realm, she had been in close seclusion all along. Regarding his mother's situation, Yi Yuan could only smile helplessly. Looks like these few years, the desire that his mother suppressed in her heart finally erupted. After meeting, the father and son pair could not dispense with a round of showing great concern. Yi Yuan briefly recounted the vast heaven pag. Oh, the journey, making Yi Heng very excited. An artifact which made the entire endless world crazy was actually taken into possession by his own son. This sense of accomplishment was huge. Being informed that his son had to leave again tomorrow, Yi Heng said with a loud laugh, Go on, go on. Fine men have to be ready to realize their aspirations all over the world. But now, the situation has changed drastically. This Crimson Light City is an extremely dangerous place. Take utmost precaution. Yi Yuan perceived unwillingness to part and concern from father's eyes. But Yi Hang put on an appearance of not caring at all. It was hilarious, but Yi Yuan was touched in his heart even more. Although Yi Yuan's current strength had long surpassed, said Yi Hang, in Yi Hang's heart, Yi Yuan was forever a child. But Yi Hang's support regarding Yi Yuan's decision already became unconditional, because he believed in his own son. Apart from this, Yi Hang had unbounded confidence in his son. If one was to say the name of the endless world's savior, then this savior was definitely Yi Yuan. Father, put your mind at ease. Yuaner has a score in his heart and won't mess around. Moreover, in the vast heaven pack, to this time, I obtained a type of very powerful talisman. Even when facing peak divine traversing realm martial artists, I have the strength to protect myself too, Yi Yuan said smilingly. The reason why Yi Yuan took on this mission, which everyone was unwilling to take, was that Crimson Light City was too important. Unless they sent out divine traversing realm powerhouses, other people going would only be courting death. Furthermore, the martial artists of a dozen over southeastern cities were gathered in Crimson Light City. The number was huge. Once the city was breached, then the people would be plunged into an abyss of suffering. Yi Yuan had long treated the endless world as his own home already. How could he bear to watch such a thing happen? Of course, Yi Yuan going this time still had another objective, and that was to see what were these fierce-scale world folks were planning. Why would they carry out this sort of heartless act like Ma's sacring the people in these cities? In Yi Yuan's impression, although the fierce-scale world's people were warmongers, they were not bloodthirsty. There were definitely reasons for doing such a thing. Indeed, once Yi Hang heard Yi Yuan say so, his heart was immediately set at ease. What? Yi Yuan, he actually wants so many medicinal herbs in one go? Even if he's taking these medicinal herbs to eat for food, he doesn't need so many either, right? Ning Yixian saw the inventory in his hand and was shocked until his jaws nearly hit the ground. The grades of these medicinal herbs were not high. The highest was also just quasi-tier 4 medicinal herbs. But the quant, 1, tie marked on the list, was seriously too Ma's sieve. You mustn't forget, this boy is still an alchemist. Jing Xian reminded. Ning Yixian was stunned, but he still shook his head and said, "Of course I know that he's an alchemist, but there aren't that many alchemists inside Crimson Light City either. What does he want to do with so many low-level medicinal herbs? Him refining medicinal pills alone, even if he refined till the year after next, he can't finish refining either, right? Yi Yuan tends to exceed all expectations when doing things. Him doing so should have his own intentions. Going to Crimson Light City this time, he's only bringing the 4 of us. Then this big play naturally has to fall on these medicinal herbs. Although I don't know how he will refine medicinal pills, I think that he wouldn't go so far as to do this because he's bored." Yin Yanhua said. Ning Yixian was stunned. Thinking carefully, it seemed to be like this. He then ordered people to prepare the medicinal herbs. "Do the 3 of you have anything in mind?" Yi Yuan playing a lone hand this time. How on earth is he planning on resolving Crimson Light City's crisis? Ning Yixian suddenly asked. The 3 people all shook their heads blankly. Guo Taochuan said, "Honestly speaking, starting from the first time I laid eyes on Yi Yuan, I've never figured out his thoughts at all. My thoughts simply can't keep in pace with his. When I calculate 10 steps, he probably already calculated 100 steps long ago." Ning Yixian smiled bitterly when he heard that and said, "Putting aside you guys, even this old man has never figured out his thoughts before either. Forget it, let him toss and turn himself. Us, these old fellows, just have to ensure the logistical work will do. Old Man Chin, our 2 families each send out a team again. and head towards Fair Sun and Perpetual Peace, these two cities respectively. Qin Hongtao nodded and said, "All right, no problem. Since the three of you are going follow Yi Yuan in the future, keep in mind to not give in to personal feelings. His strength has already said yours by far too much now. You guys have to double up yourselves. Not just anyone has the qualifications to follow by a powerhouse's side." Ning Yixian said solemnly. The three people's expression tensed up, and they all nodded their heads somberly. Yi Yuan and Yi Hang conversed all the way till midnight before returning to their own rooms. In his room, with just a will of his mind, he arrived inside the vast heaven pag. Oh, da! This 9 characters true word formula is truly incomparably profound. The Lin character's first-hand seal, I'm unable to form it to this day. But through such a long time of fumbling about, I'm only missing one final step as well. I wonder if my heart realm can break through after forming this first-hand seal. This period of time, apart from cultivating the coiling dragon heaven devastating palm, Yi Yuan was comprehending the Lin character, except that this rate of progress was even slower than he imagined. Yi Yuan had been antic, 1p, aiding all this while that he could have some breakthrough in heart realm after this Lin character had some breakthrough. Yi Yuan closed his eyes slightly and started visualizing the Lin character. Through this period of visualization, Yi Yuan could faintly sense that this Lin character had a total of 9 hand seals. But what he could visualize clearly right now was only this first hand seal. These 9 hand seals formed a complete seal. If one could completely acquaint themselves with these 9 hand seals, the power would likely be unimaginable. In a twinkle, a night pa said. Dawn was breaking. All of a sudden, a rather mysterious sensation poured into Yi Yuan's heart. Yi Yuan opened both eyes abruptly, both hands swiftly forming a seal. Yi Yuan, who was initially just lacking one final step, actually successfully formed it this time. Right at this moment, Yi Yuan's heart rate suddenly sped up. The heart realm, which had already reached a bottleneck, originally actually burst through directly, except this final result made Yi Yuan rather disappointed. Sigh. I thought that I'd already reached the threshold of heart like monolith. Turns out that it's just the heart like still water's bottleneck. No wonder heart realm boundaries are so hard to break through. Just the first level of heart like still water is so challenging already. If I didn't acquire this 9 characters true word formula, I'm afraid I don't know how long I'd have to be stuck at this bottleneck. Yi Yuan said helplessly. Chapter 594, Slaughter Our Way In. Chapter 594, Slaughter Our Way In. Heart, realm, this sort of thing was a mystery even among mysteries, even in the divine realm. And, body could give the accurate minor boundaries divisions either. All along, Yi Yuan had half-baked knowledge regarding heart realm as well. Along with the time of him entering heart like still water heart realm getting increasingly longer, he thought that he had already walked very far along the path of heart realm. But looking at it now, it was not the case at all. Yi Yuan realized that he probably only stayed for a time on a heart like still water's minor boundary up until now. And succeeding in the Lin character's first-hand seal, Yi Yuan finally broke through this minor boundary. Yi Yuan entered into heart like still water heart realm and fastidiously sensed the changes after breaking through. However, he discovered to his dismay that there did not seem to be too obvious a change. Could it be that, apart from reducing the expenditure on heart force, there aren't other changes? The advancement in heart realm is a kind of auxiliary realm. There must still be other effects. Oh, right. Comprehending concepts. Yi Yuan suddenly had an inspiration and started to comprehend concepts. At this time, Yi Yuan discovered to his joy that his speed when comprehending concepts actually obtained a substantial increase. This sort of enhancement was not worth mentioning when relatively speaking about the entire concept's comprehension duration, but ACCU mulating months and years, this sort of enhancement margin would be very terrifying. Yi Yuan attempted to comprehend the scorching concept earlier. He discovered that the short while of comprehension efficiency just now was twofold than before. In the past, Yi Yuan already noticed that under heart-like still water heart realm, the speed of comprehending concepts was slightly faster compared to normal. But breaking through the bottleneck now, he did not expect that the extent of the increase would actually be so great. So that's how it is. Really looking forward to what kind of changes Heart Realm will have after comprehending the second-hand seal. Yi Yuan, who tasted the benefits, gave rise to a strong interest in the 8-hand seals at the back of the Lin character. If he were to fully comprehend the 9-hand seals, then wouldn't the comprehension speed of concepts be ridiculous? But on this point, Yi Yuan also deeply sensed the powerful aspect of this 9 characters true word formula. Just a Lin character had such formidable might. One had to know that the speed of comprehending concepts was entirely dependent on talent. If there wasn't any heaven-defying lucky chance, it was simply impossible to have any change. And the Lin character could actually cultivate and advance his heart realm. It could even promote the speed of concepts comprehension through heart realm. This was simply unheard of. This was equivalent to saying that a martial artist's cultivation could totally disregard talent. Such an effect was simply too heaven-defying. However, cultivating the 9 characters true word formula with Yi Yuan's talent, the effects were clearly more prominent. This made Yi Yuan having immense interest in the other 8 characters too. When he had time, he must study them well. Right at this time, Su Zihui's lowered voice came from outside the door. Younger brother Yi, Qin, Yin, the 3 of them have already been waiting for a long time. Yi Yuan went out and said to Su Zihui, "I've made elder brother wait for long. I'll head over right now." Walking a few steps, Yi Yuan suddenly turned around again and said, "Oh, yeah, elder brother, after coming back from this trip, I'll assist you to break through to the divine, traversing realm. This period of time, you think of ways to gather these few kinds of medicinal herbs. Wait till I come back. I'll help you refine medicinal pills." As he said, Yi Yuan threw Su Zihui a jade slip. Su Zihui practically received the jade slip quiveringly. He had already been stuck at the 9th level Soul Sea realm for a very long time, but kept on failing to find the opportunity to break through. To the endless world's martial artists, divine traversing realm was a massive threshold. The vast majority of martial artists were unable to cross it. One should not look at how those divine traversing realm experts in the various northern domains' great sects were as many as dogs. In comparison to the entire number endless world's martial artists, divine traversing realm experts were truly very rare. It was unknown how many Soul Sea realm experts harbored grievances in front of this massive threshold. Su Zihui's age was not considered young either. His hope of breaking through was already increasingly bleak. He himself was almost giving up all hope. So these few years, he had his thoughts placed on grooming his son all along, and was rather negligent with his own cultivation instead. He never would have thought that he could actually really break through to divine, traversing realm one day. How could this not agitate him? As for the words Yi Yuan said, he never doubted them before. Yi Yuan opening a forum and giving a sermon in Wu, Fang City caused a huge sensation. Su Zihui already knew that. He knew that even City Lord, His Excellency, could not possibly reach such a level too. What Yi Yuan was lacking right now was just cultivation realm, which was also to say that Yi Yuan had confidence in breaking through to Soul Sea realm before coming back this time. Su Zihui was just about to say a whole bunch of appreciative words, only to hear Yi Yuan say, "All right, is there still a need for such formalities between us? Swallow the words in your stomach back down." Su Zihui was stupefied, then immediately smiled fatuously and said, "This favor, elder brother accepts it." "Hoo-hoo, that's right," Yi Yuan said smilingly. Roughly 10 days later, Yi Yuan, the 5 of them, put away the spirit boat they used and descended on a mountain range 10,000 miles outside of Crimson Light City. Brother Yi, a fiendish aura, is surging to the skies in the direction of Crimson Light City. Looks like these fierce Gale world martial artists all lost their mind in the slaughtering. Just how long has it been to actually emulate such a horrifying fiendish air? Qin Yen said. Yi Yuan also knew that these few people were following him just for the sake of seeking a lucky chance. So he did not go overboard either, and let them address him brother Yi would suffice. Although it was rather weird, it sounded much better than master or whatever. Yi Yuan's expression darkened slightly too, and he said, "Even though fierce Gale world martial artists are intrepid, they shouldn't fall so low to the extent of becoming butchers. This Xiao Tianin truly deserves death." Separated by a distance of 10,000 miles, Yi Yuan, they all could feel the fiendish aura surging to the skies. It could be seen just how many people those fierce Gale world martial artists killed in this period of time. The dozen over southeastern cities were probably already reduced to savage battlefields. "Brother Yi, then what should we do now?" Lu Hong asked. These 4 people were uncertain what Yi Yuan planned on doing as well. 5 people coming to support such a large city. This was simply a fantastical tale, and Yi Yuan kept his mouth tightly shut along the way too, as if he did not have the intention of explaining. This made the intense itch in their hearts even harder to endure. Yi Yuan said with a smile, "Enter the city." The 4 people were stunned. Gui Taochuan said in surprise, "Brother Yi, according to the reports, in order to prevent spies from sneaking in, all the transmission arrays in the city has long been destroyed already. Without transmission arrays, how do we enter the city?" After Crimson Light City sent out the courier to request reinforcements, they destroyed all of the transmission arrays. Now, Crimson Light City's Grand Array was activated, and the city gates tightly shut. It was simply impossible to go in. So when Yi Yuan said to enter the city, the 4 people all felt very surprised. Under such circumstances, how should they enter the city? Yi Yuan did not reply, but countered with a question, "The array formation that I taught you guys, how's the rehearsal?" Upon hearing that, Guo Taochuan said excitedly, "Brother Ye's 4 symbols battle formation is indeed formidable. With the 4 of our strength coordinating with the array formation, being evenly matched with late-stage Soul Sea martial artists is nothing difficult to." Yi Yuan smiled slightly when he heard and said, "Very good, then let's slaughter our way in." Chapter 595, Seeing Shengguan Lingyun Again. Chapter 595, Seeing Shengguan Lingyun Again, slaughter our way in. Guo Taochuan almost sprained his tongue. The other 3 people clearly had choked up expressions too. They did not think that Yi Yuan would actually say such crazy words. Lu Hong swallowed his saliva and said, "Brother Yi, the fierce Gale world's 5-way great army, the martial artists, are probably as many as in the millions. Among them, there are no shortage of late-stage Soul Sea realm experts. Slaughter our way in. That isn't too likely to work, right?" Yi Yuan said coolly, "What? Scared? There's still time now. You guys return first, then. I'll just go in alone." With this, the 4 proud children of heaven got stimulated. Guo Taochuan said stammeringly, "As scared of what?" "Men have to die heroically. I'll fight with you." Yin Yanhua's beautiful eyes flickered, and she said, "I'm going too." Yi Yuan looked at the other two with a half-smile and said, "What about you guys?" The two gritted their teeth and said, "Go. The four of you just need to bother with slaughtering a path in. Don't need to care about anything else. Leave the rest to me. Remember, don't break away from the array formation, no matter what." Yi Yuan warned. The four people's expressions became severe, and they nodded their heads to acknowledge one after another. A distance of 10,000 miles was not far for these people. After half a day, four people appeared in front of the fierce Gale world's great army. As far as the eye could see, the dense S were all human heads, striking terror into the hearts of Lu Hong, the four people. These were all powerful martial artists, and not mortal armies. So many people. Each person spitting a mouthful of spittle was also sufficient to drown the four of them. But Yi Yuan did not show too much expression on his face. He said indifferently, "You all just treat it like you're still inside the vast heaven pag. Oh, duh. Most of these martial artists are also just crystal formation and sea transformation. Soul Sea realm experts are only the minority comparatively speaking. With your strength coordinating through the four symbols battle formation, slaughtering our way in shouldn't be hard." The four symbols battle formation was a tier 4 array formation with immense might. It was especially suited for battle. Not only could this array formation reduce the four people's essence energy consumption, but it could also increase the four people's average combat power even more so. Lu Hong, the four of them, were originally the endless world's pinnacle geniuses. After coming out of the vast heaven pag, they had each already broken through to second level Soul Sea. With their strength, dealing with ordinary middle stage Soul Seas was absolutely not an issue. With the four symbols battle formation, the four of them working together to deal with ordinary late stage Soul Seas was also no object. Along the way, the mission that Yi Yuan signed to them was to this four symbols battle formation. These four people were all talented and brilliant people. Though the time was short on this trip, they were already considered to have learned the rudiments of this set of array formation. The five people's appearance immediately alarmed the fierce Gale world's great army. A large group of martial artists came up and fenced the few of them in a tight ring. It's endless world martial artists. Kill without mercy. These fierce Gale world martial artists clearly lost their minds with the killing already. Upon seeing the five people, they were going to take action and kill people without a word. When Lu Hong, the four people, saw the fierce Gale world martial artists' actions, fury surged in their hearts with a foam. The four people went into battle formation and started killing. Lu Hong, the four people, were all Soul Sea realm experts. They were originally cranes standing among chickens in front of these ordinary martial artists to begin with, coordinating with the four symbols battle formation. The four of them were akin to tigers entering a flock of sheep. They immediately cut a large swath. Wailing sound rose from all directions. But these fierce Gale world martial artists all did not fear death. Seeing this sort of situation, not only did they not retreat, they became even more frenzied instead. Yi Yuan deployed a small tur of 1,000 flowing petals and followed behind the four step by step, like strolling idly in a courtyard. Occasionally, some who did not have eyesight came in front of him, and the petals directly reaped their lives. Yi Yuan discovered that each one of these fierce Gale world martial artists all had immensely heavy fiendish aura, their state akin to insanity. Evidently, there were considerable endless world martial artists' fresh blood on their hands. Seeing this scene, Yi Yuan also discovered that he had somewhat underestimated Zhao Tianin's charisma in the fierce Gale world. No wonder the Purple Mansion sect did not hesitate to destroy the 6 Extreme Seals Grand Array to link together the Realm Pa-S, sageway after lurking in the endless world for several thousand years. The power of faith was truly frightening. Continuing according to this sort of situation, these martial artists would most likely lose themselves in the end, becoming a machine that only knew slaughter. What on earth does this Zhao Tianyin want to do? Yi Yuan's brows could not help furrowing. The disturbance stirred in this corner spread to the Central Army's main tent very quickly. A young man with a dignified bearing stood in the air and looked towards that corner. Lord Shangguan, no idea where several fellows who don't fear death popped out from, to actually dare rush at our great army. This subordinate will send people to exterminate them right now. The person speaking was called Deng Sheng. He was one of the main commanders in the five-way Great Army with a 9th-level Soul C strength. This young man in front of him was only 7th-level Soul C strength, but Deng Sheng was extremely deferential towards him. If Yi Yuan were here, he would recognize this young man. He was precisely the Shangguan Lingyun who had not fought with him when he was at the Fierce Gale World. Since Yi Yuan returned from the Fierce Gale World, not a year's time was up. This Shangguan Lingyun actually broke through a full major realm, becoming the commander-in-chief for the five-way Great Army. Shangguan Lingyun nodded and said, "You make a trip personally then. Bring a few more people over. Among the 5 people over there, for have Soul C realm strength. Furthermore, the 4 of them seem to be rehearsing some kind of array formation. The power is quite strong. Additionally, one person seems to only have C transformation realm strength. But I have a feeling that this C transformation realm is the strongest among them." Deng Sheng was stunned. Clearly, he did not expect that Shangguan Lingyun would actually give such an evaluation. He sensed that C transformation realm existence too, but the commotion caused by that C transformation realm was clearly not as big as those Soul C realm experts. Shangguan Lingyun actually gave such a high appraisal of that C transformation realm. This made him rather disapproving. No matter how powerful a C transformation realm martial artist was, how strong could they get? However, regarding Shangguan Lingyun's orders, Deng Sheng did not dare to defy. He would not dare to look at how this person in front of him was just 7th-level Soul C. His true combat strength was even stronger than peak Soul C realm. Deng Sheng picked 10 middle-stage Soul C realm martial artists and directly flew to Yi Yuan there. Lu Hong, the 4 people charged all the way over. Most were C transformation realm and crystal formation realm martial artists, dying upon touching. Occasionally, there were a few initial stage Soul C realm experts that surrounded over. It was basically also the outcome of them getting instantly wiped. Deng Sheng, the few of them flew over to this side. Very quickly, Deng Sheng yelled out, "All back off for me." Those martial artists were not as undisciplined as the Endless World martial artists. Upon hearing these words, they vacated a large piece of open C very quickly. Deng Sheng's group of people landed in front of Yi Yuan's 5 people, blocking their path. A few punks who don't know life from death. To dare bully my Fierce Gale World for having no one? Deng Sheng said, ferociously, in this short while, the Fierce Gale World could be said to have massive casualties. Yi Yuan's figure flashed, blocking in front of the 4 people, and said coolly, "You guys walk around the side. Leave these dregs to me." "Yes, Brother Yi." Facing Yi Yuan's order, the 4 people did not hesitate at all, directly killing over towards the side. How haughty a person was Deng Sheng, hearing that Yi Yuan, a puny little C transformation realm, actually dared to look down upon him. He could not help blowing a fuse. "Boy, you're courting death. The few of you, attack for me. Hack this brat into pieces." Under Deng Sheng's command, 10 middle-stage Soul C realm experts joined forces and attacked Yi Yuan. Flame, movement, true dragon carnage. Yi Yuan blasted a fist out nonchalantly. Deng Sheng's expression suddenly changed. Chapter 596. You're different. Chapter 596. You're different. A single punch and 10 middle stage soul sea experts flew out like heavenly maidens scattering blossoms. Yi Yuan's application regarding true dragon strength was even more skillful now. The power of this move already could not be mentioned in the same breath as well. With Yi Yuan's current combat power, middle stage soul seas were basically opponents that could not last a single exchange with him. This is a joke, right? This sea transformation realm martial artist strength is actually so formidable. Those few are all lord officers. They actually couldn't even block the punch of his. Where did this boy pop out from? Too terrifying. The shock that this scene brought to those fierce-scale world martial artists was too intense. They were staring with their mouths gaping for a time. A sea transformation realm sending 10 middle stage soul sea experts flying directly with one punch. This violated common sense too much. Finished striking out that one punch, Yi Yuan did not stop in the slightest. He still walked forward unhurriedly, gradually nearing to Deng Sheng. This sort of attitude was as if this was not among thousands of soldiers and horses, but Yi Yuan's own residence's backyard. Being unsettled by Yi Yuan's imposing manner, Deng Sheng actually took a step back unconsciously. Very soon, Yi Yuan arrived in front of Deng Sheng and stopped to say calmly, "Get lost. I only want to enter the city." Everyone drew a cold breath. A sea transformation realm martial artist actually said "get lost" to the commander of an army. Furthermore, that commander actually retreated a step. Deng Sheng's face flushed scarlet red and felt that he lost face in front of so many subordinates. "Boy, you're too rampant. Just the likes of you alone wish to enter the city too? Do you really treat us like we don't exist?" Deng Sheng was threatening in manner, but inwardly shaky. Honestly speaking, he was shocked by that scene earlier too. One punch sending 10 middle stage soul seas flying. He touched his heart and felt that he could accomplish it too. But it absolutely could not be accomplished like lifting something heavy as if it was light like Yi Yuan. Furthermore, he did not need to look and also knew that those 10 officials at this time were already left with less than half. Yi Yuan directly smashed half of the people to death with one punch. Yi Yuan raised his eyebrows slightly and said, "You said it like you exist. If you still don't scram, I'm going to attack." Deng Sheng's expression changed. The pressure that this sea transformation realm gave him was seriously too great. Even he felt it was rather preposterous. All along, they all felt that the endless world martial artists were all soft persimmons. But today, he finally ran into a formidable character, except that this formidable character seemed to be extremely tough. This was in the midst of thousands of soldiers and horses. This boy was actually thinking of slaughtering his way into the city directly. Yi Yuan was not long-winded either. Raising his hand, it was a flame movement true dragon carnage punch. Deng Sheng also did not think that Yi Yuan actually really made a move against him directly. Caught off guard, he could only hastily withstand it. Rumble! Deng Sheng's body was directly smashed flying out. But Deng Sheng's strength was clearly much stronger compared to those middle-stage soul seas. This punch from Yi Yuan did not cause much substantial damage to him, except, in front of so many subordinates, it was a tremendous loss of face. However, it was not over yet. Yi Yuan's figure flashed. With a rumble, it was another punch. Deng Sheng was smashed flying out once again. When the two punches smashed, Yi Yuan pounced ahead and already advanced 1,000 feet away. He actually caught up to the Lu Hong, 4 people, who were killing enemies vigorously. Rumble! an imposing momentum that toppled mountains and overturned the seas, engulfed everything and swept over, sending the surrounding bunch of fierce-gale world martial artists directly flying out. Deng Sheng's aura instantly rose to the peak, his two eyes fully red. Clearly, he was already enraged to the max. A main commander of an army like him was actually pressed against the wall and had his face smacked today. How could this not infuriate him? Stinking brat. You're dead, for sure. A horrifying aura spread out. Deng Sheng was going to be serious. However, facing the scene, Yi Yuan was still very calm, as if the target that Deng Sheng was attacking was not him. Right at this time, a silhouette suddenly appeared in the air in front of Deng Sheng. Put it away. You're not his match. The arrival was precisely Shangguan Lingyun. Seeing Shangguan Lingyun, Yi Yuan was slightly surprised too. He knew that this Shangguan Lingyun was the #1 genius on par with Zhao Chungan, but had never fought before. To think that not seeing for a period of time, the other party was actually late stage, soul see already, Yi Yuan, long time no see, didn't expect that when we meet once again, it would actually be at such an occasion. Shangguan Lingyun greeted with a smile as if he ran into an old friend of many years. Even though Shangguan Lingyun's strength advanced considerably, Yi Yuan's current strength was also incomparable with the past. He naturally would not mind. You didn't expect it, but I expected it long ago, Yi Yuan said coolly. Shangguan Lingyun was dazed, but he understood Yi Yuan's meaning very quickly, and said smilingly, the martial artist world is where the weak are prey, and the strong feasts in the first place. The endless world is on a declining trend, but enjoys such excellent resources. My fierce gale world is powerful, but suffers the anguish of gale winds all year round. Therefore, this excellent territory should naturally be enjoyed by us. Is that so? Then what's with the sacring of cities? Yi Yuan did not argue, but countered with a question. Towards such an excuse, Yi Yuan was too clear, and he also could not be bothered to dispute anything. Shangguan Lingyun said, weaklings should have the manner of weaklings. Your endless world sealed the realm Pa-S sage way for thousands of years. How much of our time have you wasted? This is the punishment that Wind Emperor, His Majesty, gave the endless world. I underestimated Zhao Tianyin, that old dog. Looks like he still has some capabilities. At least this method of obscurantism. He used it to the acme of perfection. However, do you believe this sort of reason? Yi Yuan said with a cold smile. Hearing Yi Yuan scold Zhao Tianyin, old dog, Shangguan Lingyun did not display a look of anger. Instead, he smiled and said, Wind Emperor, His Majesty, is our paramount ruler. Whatever he says is naturally all correct. As his citizens, we only need to do things according to what he says. Yi Yuan's eyes narrowed as he sized Shangguan Lingyun up curiously. Shangguan Lingyun had a smile on his face. The words he said seemed to be as a matter of course. Yi Yuan smiled and said, that's not right. Logically speaking, your Shangguan family and Zhao Tianyin should be implacable enemies. It's fine if he's deceiving some fools, but you all, these first-rate families, shouldn't be to the extent of being deluded by his words, right? Shangguan Lingyun said, smilingly, you don't need to rack your brains either. Wind Emperor, His Majesty, is Wind Emperor, His Majesty. His word is the imperial edict. Yi Yuan, you're different from these endless world's lowly martial artists. Why not join our fierce gale world? With your strength, becoming the Wind Emperor in the future is a certainty. This Shangguan Lingyun was a clever man. He saw through that Yi Yuan was trying to worm facts out of him. Seeing that there was no success, Yi Yuan waved his hand and said, don't give me that. Zhao Tianyin, that old dog, must die. The next time you see him, help me tell him to wash his dog head clean, and wait for me to chop it. Shangguan Lingyun's face was still smiling as he said, coolly, honestly speaking, I don't wish to be enemies with you. But it looks like we still can't avoid crossing swords. How about this? Let's only use one move. If you win, I'll let you enter the city. How's that? Yi Yuan was rather surprised as he said, I thought that you'd use your subordinates' lives to hold down the fort. Didn't think that you still quite cherish these subordinates. Shangguan Lingyun smiled and said, if it was somebody else, they are naturally undeserving of me making a move. But you are different. Chapter 597. Grant you a battle. Chapter 597. Grant you a battle. That scene of Yi Yuan wasting Zhao Chungan was still fresh in Shangguan Lingyun's memory. Although his strength improved greatly now, he still did not dare to look down on Yi Yuan. Let alone that the combat strength Yi Yuan displayed earlier was plenty to make people feel shocked. Toward Yi Yuan, Shangguan Lingyun maintained the mentality of fear from start to end. This was not just because Yi Yuan's strength was super strong. How he escaped out of the fear-scale world on that day was a mystery all along as well. Reportedly, Lord Wind Emperor personally showed up at the scene that day, but Yi Yuan was still standing here perfectly well right now. That by itself indicated a lot of problems. Yi Yuan looked at Shangguan Lingyun and suddenly smiled and said, fine, bring it. Even though these martial artists were clay chickens and pottery dogs to Yi Yuan, him killing in and out as he wished 10 times over was not an issue. These martial artists were different from those demonic beasts in the vast heaven pag. Oh, duh! They would not collide into the tip of his spear without heed for their lives. Even if Yi Yuan did what he did inside the vast heaven pag, oh, duh, and used the myriad rainsword blades, the effects would be greatly discounted too. Furthermore, just the 9th level soul seas here were quite a few. Yi Yuan naturally could not possibly kill off every single one. His goal was very simple, which was in order to enter the city. Since Shangguan Lingyun was willing to let him pass, that was naturally for the best. As for losing to Shangguan Lingyun, Yi Yuan never thought of this possibility. Shangguan Lingyun lifted his hand slightly. Those fierce-scale world martial artists immediately vacated a large area. The battle that originally encircled Lu Hong, the 4 of them, also stopped at this time. Actually, back at the fierce-scale world, I've been looking forward to a fight with you. Today, I finally got my Wisconsin H. Plus, it's just that sadly, I probably can't enjoy to my heart's content today. Shangguan Lingyun made a move with a faint smile. Yi Yuan said coolly, I'll grant you a battle. Yi Yuan did not see Shangguan Lingyun take any other action, but the surrounding essence energy closed in around the latter crazily. That imposing momentum was actually even stronger than Deng Sheng's previously. Gradually, a bright full moon condensed and formed in front of Shangguan Lingyun, looking rather L.U.S. true and serene and moving. Yet, the killing intent emitting off from that full moon made everyone's blood run cold. Seeing this scene, Lu Hong, the 4 of them, were stricken with terror too. This young man's age was more or less the same as theirs, but his strength was actually much more stronger. Could it be that the strength of the fierce-scale world's martial artists were all formidable to such an extent they could not help becoming worried about Yi Yuan? Although they all knew that Yi Yuan's strength was very strong, this young man was a major realm higher than him after all. Furthermore, this youth's combat strength was exceptionally formidable. Could Yi Yuan resist or not? The 4 people exchanged glances and could not help becoming worried about Yi Yuan. Facing the powerful Shangguan Lingyun, Yi Yuan was unconcerned. When Xianying's sword was drawn, 10,000 streaks of sword blades condensed and formed very quickly. Seeing this scene, Shangguan Lingyun's expression changed, and he said somberly, condensing the form of gathered essence. Ha! A seed transformation realm can actually achieve condensed form of gathered essence. You truly are a peerless genius. Full moon slash. H. Plus, myriad rain sword blades. It was only to see that bright moon rotated with extreme speed, slicing over toward Yi Yuan. It collided against those 10,000 streaks of sword blades very quickly. That bright full moon was like an extremely swift blade, slicing those sword blades into fragments one after another instantly. Streaks of sword blades were annihilated like this by the bright moon, but that bright moon was also becoming faint at an incredible speed. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. H. Plus, finally, it was still the sword blades which depleted the full moon slash first. The remaining bits and pieces streaks of sword blades flew towards Shangguan Lingyun. Except these remaining sword blades were nothing to be feared to Shangguan Lingyun, only to see him wave his hand casually. Those sword blades dissipated into nothingness. You won, Shangguan Lingyun said with a faint smile, as if he had long predicted the outcome. Something within expectations. Yi Yuan said coolly, "Hoo-hoo, I originally thought that my improvement in this 1 year was already huge. Didn't expect that your improvement was even greater. You're only at the sea transformation realm and can actually achieve condensing the form of gathered essence already. Truly remarkable." Shangguan Lingyun said, "Is that very hard? I could already do it when I was second level sea transformation," Yi Yuan said nonchalantly. Shangguan Lingyun shook his head and said with a smile, "To a genius like you, it's naturally simple. But to mediocre talents like us, it's something that's impossible to accomplish." From birth until now, Shangguan Lingyun had always been crowned with the T.I. of genius. But in front of Yi Yuan, he simply did not have the capital to be called a genius. However, him admitting this fact so calmly and declaring himself mediocre still made Yi Yuan rather surprised. Yi Yuan said with a slight smile, "You're stronger than Zhao Chenggan. No wonder you can stand here, while he can only become a good-for-nothing." Shangguan Lingyun suddenly looked at Yi Yuan with a smile that wasn't a smile and said, "A good-for-nothing, huh? I afraid not." Yi Yuan's expression changed, and he said in a solemn voice, "What do you mean?" "Ho-hoo, nothing. I just want to say that, brother, ye might still have the chance to meet Zhao Chenggan. Furthermore, that day shouldn't be too far away. Even if he stands before me again, he's still a good-for-nothing," Yi Yuan said indifferently. His heart was far from as calm as on the surface. He was distinguished. H.I. Plus-ing the true and false of Shangguan Lingyun's words. He already damaged Zhao Chenggan's dantian at that time. With Zhao Qinin's means, it was impossible to help Zhao Chenggan restore his dantian. What the H.E.L.I. was happening here? Moreover, logically speaking, it was impossible for Shangguan Lingyun to have such rapid improvement speed. Yet, he rose a full major realm. How did he accomplish it? Yi Yuan felt more and more that the fierce Gale World's invasion this time was not quite normal, exuding strangeness all over. Brother Ye's talent stands above others. But better don't look down on Zhao Chenggan. When he comes out this time, he'll probably become different. All right, one must be willing to lose if they bet. You guys enter the city, then. Shangguan Lingyun moved aside, and actually really opened up a path. Yi Yuan nodded slightly and walked towards the city gates unhurriedly. Lord Shangguan was actually defeated. How is this possible? Who in the world is that youth to actually be able to defeat the ever-victorious Lord Shangguan with sea transformation realm strength? Yeah, the last time Lord Shangguan personally took action, He killed 3 late-stage sea transformation experts with one move. I thought that he was already invincible beneath divine, traversing realm. Didn't expect that. He actually lost. I thought that the endless world was all a bunch of trash. Didn't think that there was actually still such a strong youth. He's not yet 18 years old, right? His strength is actually even stronger than Lord Shangguan's. The strength that Yi Yuan displayed made the countenance of all the fierce Gale world martial artists change. In their view, Shangguan Lingyun's strength was already formidable until he was unbeatable, unless it was a divine traversing realm powerhouse who came. Otherwise, there was simply no possibility of losing. Along the way, Shangguan Lingyun very rarely made a move. But each time he took action, it was killing in one move no matter how powerful the opponent was. But today, the invincible Lord Shangguan actually lost to a youth a full major realm lower than him. This was too subverting. Under everyone's stupefied gazes, Yi Yuan walked towards Crimson Light City slowly. As he made his move, the fierce Gale world martial artists automatically moved aside, creating a path for him. Chapter 598, Questioning. Chapter 598. Questioning above Crimson Light City's tall city gates. There were several silhouettes currently looking into the distance, taking everything that happened below the city gates into their sights. City Lord, this youth is incredible. Even the fierce Gale world's commander isn't this match. The one speaking was called Ding Qi, City Lord Su-Hu's confidant. He was an 8th level Soul Sea realm expert. Su-Hu's expression was as per normal, but that hint of surprise in his eyes could not be wiped away. Hearing Ding Qi appraise that youth, he nodded and said, "No idea where this youth popped out from. His strength is truly terrifyingly daunting. He's only at the sea transformation realm and can actually cross a major realm to battle." Ding Qi's eyes flickered, and he said, "City Lord, could this youth be the reinforcements that the Alliance sent us?" Su, who was stunned, and said with a nod, "We're cut off from all information with the outside world right now and don't know the arrangements of the Alliance at all. Hearing you say this, there's really that possibility. But what if it's a ploy?" Ding Qi was secretly startled and said, "With City Lord saying this, I'm really quite worried. Ever since that fierce Gale world's young commander led the great army, they have always mowed down all resistance. Many troublesome opponents were all personally disposed of by him. Furthermore, I heard that they were all killed with one move. That youth is strong, but it is truly a bit too ridiculous." With Ding Qi's lysis, the suspicion in Su-Hu's heart grew even more. "With you saying this, I'm really starting to doubt. This youth is a bit too ridiculously powerful. Those 10 middle-stage Soul Sea experts earlier actually could not survive one exchange with him. Although that punch of his looked to be very terrifying, it might truly have the suspicion of acting out a play. Also, that young commander clearly did not go all out. So many martial artists facing 5 people, why should they make way? And also, even if this youth's strength is really that powerful, he's one person after all. What help is there to the war situation by coming here? Even if he can come and leave as he pleased, how will he lead so many people to escape with their lives?" Ding Qi and Su-Hu exchanged a glance and said, "Could it be that this youth is really here to trick us? Once we open up a gap in the grand array, those fierce Gale world martial artists below will have the opportunity to take advantage. I'm not worried about others, but that young commander's strength is too formidable. To say that he's the number 1 person beneath divine traversing is also not over the top. Once he's been given a hint of an opportunity, behind us are the lives of all the people in the city." The pair chipped in a word each and finally concluded Yi Yuan's true ident, one tie. And at this time, Yi Yuan already arrived below the city gates too. While Shangguan Lingyun at this time was looking at them from a place not far away, his face still carrying a smile. City Lord Su, who were the reinforcements that the Alliance sent. Please open up the Grand Array, and let us go in. Qin Yan mustered up essence energy and shouted in a clear voice, Su whose brows furrowed, and he gave Ding Qi a look. Ding Qi understood and called out, Do you all have any proof? Qin Yan took out a silk-like object and fired a seal at it. That silk vanished directly and appeared in front of Su, who took a look at the silk. Indeed, it was an item issued with the Alliance's name. But Su, whose expression still did not take a turn for the better. The time the Endless Alliance has been established was too short. Many systems had all yet to be perfected. Crimson Light City was too distant from Wufang City and was not familiar with many of the Alliance's things. A tiny piece of silk, they were simply unable to differentiate the truth from the false. This thing is too easy to copy. We can't open the array formation. Ding Qi called out in a clear voice. Qin Yan was stunned. He did not think that these fellows were actually so inflexible. He was someone quite arrogant at heart and haughty in manner, after all. Coming to assist this city, and they actually did not believe him. This made his young master temper flare up. Open your dog eyes and look. I'm the Myriad Sword Sect's old ancestor, Qin Hongtao's grandson. Can it still be fake? Qin Hongtao said furiously. Once Su, who heard this, the suspicion in his heart grew even more. He said with a cold smile, would old ancestor Qin send his own grandson here? Don't joke with me. Looks like you guys are indeed sent by the fierce Gale world to trick us. You. Qin Yan could not help choking up, but did not know how he should refute. Yeah, logically speaking, Qin Hongtao indeed would not send his own grandson here to this sort of dangerous place, let alone that they still directly charged towards the city very arrogantly just now. Seeing this scene, Su, who could not help shaking his head very disappointedly, and said, Sigh, looks like over at the Alliance there can't be counted on. Can it be that this city full of endless world martial artists all can't escape the vicious killing? Inside the city was packed full of martial artists right now. As the city lord, Su, who had immense pressure too, facing everything outside the city, he had no choice but to be cautious. One careless move, and the price was not what he could bear. Ho, looks like your own people aren't very trusting of you guys. Shangguan Lingyun gloated over their misfortune. Yi Yuan turned out and gave him a nonchalant glance and said, Seems like you're very pleased. Shangguan Lingyun smiled and said, Shouldn't I be pleased? Even if I let you guys go over, you all can't enter the city too. Isn't it so? Yi Yuan suddenly smiled and said, The four of you stick close to me. We're entering the city. Ah. The four people were dazed, and they had not yet reacted when Yi Yuan's figure already moved and arrived at the edge of the Grand Array. What are you still in a daze for? Yi Yuan urged. The four people hurriedly caught up. Yi Yuan stepped out and directly crossed into the Grand Array. Seeing this scene, the smile on Shangguan Lingyun's face immediately froze there. This Grand Array, which obstructed thousands of soldiers and horse, was actually regarded as nothing by Yi Yuan. The reason why the fierce Gale world's five-way great army did not have any incident all along, surrounding and but not attacking, was because of this Grand Array before their eyes. This Grand Array was called Mystic Crystal Iron Chain Array. It was a true blue tier 5 low-grade Grand Array. Unless divine traversing realm experts came here, there was simply no way to crack it. All this time, Shangguan Lingyun was not in a hurry and only surrounded and did not attack. As long as this place became a lone city, they would take it down sooner or later. Who could have thought that this Grand Array, which even Soul Sea realm experts were powerless against? Yi Yuan entered with a lift of his leg. Qin Yan four people could not help being overjoyed when they saw the situation, and hurriedly followed Yi Yuan into the grand array. When the Suhu on top of the city gates saw this scene, his countenance likewise changed abruptly. He hurriedly said to Ding Qi, "Quick, deploy the grand array, and kill the 5 of them, for me." Ding Qi was also startled inwardly and hastily took out a talisman and fired essence energy into it, transmitting back to the center of the grand array, controlling the array formation. The one presiding over the grand array was a young Tier 4 array master. His name was Xiao Siki. Although he was unable to unleash the grand array's full power, deploying the grand array to resist martial artists beneath the divine traversing realm was still achievable. Receiving the message in the talisman, he did not dare to delay, and hurriedly deployed the grand array, wanting to kill Yi Yuan 5 people. Yet with this deployment, Xiao Siki's expression changed. "What's going on?" "This. Why is this mystic crystal iron chain array out of my control?